Okay. What is happening, everybody? What's going on? This is the Michael Garza Show. I'm your host, Garza. They call me Garza. Don't know why. I think I know why. I know why they do it. That's okay. Welcome to the show, everybody. It is I, your host, your studly host. I like to think of myself as a stud, but I'm just a chud. Welcome one. Welcome all. Eric Von Eric is excited. I did not do a morning show, mainly because I wanted to take care of a few things. I might even stop doing the morning show in general. Just to take care of things in my life that I got to take care of in the morning, you know, mainly just keeping the house in smooth keeping. But yeah, we're back. The Garza Show has returned for your pleasure, or lack of pleasure, I'm not too sure. Well, welcome, everybody. It's good to see y'all. Give me one more moment. We're going to talk about Trump finishing the job in Iran. Which, granted, I'm not too sure if that's going to happen. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. We shall see. But what do you guys think, though? Is it a lost cause? Okay. There we go. I like that. Perfect. We got it. All right, people, welcome to the show. It is I, your host, Michael Garza. Give me a few moments. Well, let's see. This could take a few more moments. We're going to look at a couple videos to react to. It's good to see you guys. I'm just very thrilled to be able to do a show with y'all. I am going to be eating some food in front of you guys as well, so don't be surprised if you see me eating. Because that is what I do, dude. Iran yet to confirm an apparent peace deal.
Here now, Medal of Honor recipient, retired Army Staff Sergeant David Bellavia, along with former CIA station chief and Fox News contributor Dan Hoffman. Gentlemen, great to see both of you. Brian and I have been quoting Yogi Berra a lot lately. And Dan, I will quote him again.
Hell yeah.
It's like deja vu all over again. I went back and read some comments you made on this very show, May 26th. And you could.
Is Iran ever going to sign this deal? That's the question. I think a lot of people are asking at the moment, will they sign the deal? Like, what do you guys think? Is the deal going to get signed? That is the ultimate question. I think there's a chance that it could, but I still don't believe it's going to happen.
You just repeat everything you said back then, but please don't. We don't know anything about this deal, do we?
No, we don't. That's the first thing. We don't know anything at all. Now, the president said that the deal, he alluded to the fact that the deal would result in opening the Strait of Hormuz and would deal with Iran's nuclear program, that they'd never have a nuclear weapon. Beyond that, we don't know a lot. We haven't seen any documents. I frankly doubt.
Well, the reason is because if they don't sign the deal, then we keep doing what we're doing. If Iran doesn't sign the deal, then the U.S. military keeps doing exactly what they're going to keep doing. So they kind of have no other choice but to come to the table. That is pretty much what's happening here. It needed to be done. Also, Iran has been effing with us the entire time. The only reason they've been pretending to negotiate with us, pretending to sign a deal, is because they wanted to, they thought that they had the upper hand. They thought they could contend with us, and truth is they can't. And it's only just making things worse for them. Their military is virtually gone. Their military's screwed, dude. The Iranian military, it's cooked. You do realize that Iran can't actually close the strait anymore. They can say they'll close the strait, but that's not really going to happen, is it? Because they don't have the missile power, they don't have the firepower, they don't have the military power. So how are they going to keep this strait closed? They won't be able to. There's just no way in hell. No way in hell. Okay, tell me, how can Iran control the Strait of Hormuz if they have no military to enforce it? You say they don't need a military, but they need some sort of force. If they say, hey, we're going to close the Strait of Hormuz, you know what the U.S. is going to say? Oh, hey, we're going to bomb you. That's pretty much it. That's end of story. I don't know why it's closed. In fact, to be honest, it makes zero sense to me. Iran's got nothing to work with. Iran's cooked, dude. They're cooked. One moment. Oh yeah, my portfolio's rocking it right now. I want the whole world to celebrate. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, let's go.
That any documents have been prepared. And even if there were, even just a couple of days, I can tell you from my own experience from having served in war zones in the Middle East and South Asia, just a couple days, that's an eternity in the Middle East. A whole lot can change.
Yep.
So we'll just have to wait and see. The president is optimistic. He's been optimistic before, and we haven't seen the results the way I think that he would like.
Staff Sergeant Bellavia, do you think our attacks over the past day or two fundamentally changed the Iran regime's calculus? Was it enough
I think so.
to take them from kind of dithering to signing a deal?
Trump's just got to finish the job, dude. I love you, Trump, dog. Hey, not laws, dude. Not laws 2 says Iran has the chips, dingo. I mean, I still don't believe they do. I don't think they have any of the chips. I think Iran doesn't have anything. If you guys really think Iran has the advantage here? Where are you guys getting your intel?
Or are we a little over optimistic about their commitment to this deal?
Well, as been
I think over optimistic to the deal. I don't think it's going to happen. I just don't. I don't understand how people can think this deal is actually going to happen. Hold on. Actually, I need to learn how to. You guys are going to watch a tutorial with me real quick. This is going to sound a little odd. How to clean a Shure MV7 Plus foam. Yeah, we'll just look at this real quick.
On your Shure SM7B microphone, you don't want to actually pull this off. What you want to do is you want to get your fingernail and slide it between the filter and the microphone and slide this off gently. You don't want to use any tools or anything like that. You just need your finger. Then you can lint roll it, hand wash it with some Dawn soap. Be sure to clean the inside as well by turning it inside out and leave it out to dry for a couple hours. Not a lot of
Okay, cool. Actually, I need to clean this. So it's a little dirty, and I have 2 fresh ones that I got to put on. Okay, I'm going to watch this real quick. BRB, I'm going to watch this real quick. Okay, everybody, I got my I got the little foam thing figured out. Sorry about that. Can you guys hear me clearly? I'm assuming you can. Don't forget to double tap the screen, by the way. The more double taps we get, the better. All right, let's react to this video. But yeah, if you guys can, double tap the screen. It really does help a lot. More double taps, the better.
Said, previously, we don't really know what's in this deal. Here's what's different about this deal is that you got outspoken, at least support from representatives.
Tiny Lion Gaming is saying, Geikel, Marzo, what up, my brony bro? What's going on? You are one of the pinker brony bros that I know. You're the pinkest. You're the pink brony bro. And we all dance at the gay clubs. Oh my God, I'm just having fun on the stage in my hooves. Yeah, I'm really loving this particular microphone. This is really cool. Sorry, the little foam thing. Very, very neat, though. Very, very cool. I like this quite a bit. No issues, no nothing. Let's check something real quick with it. Okay, there we go. Perfecto. Can you guys hear me pretty well? Actually, I gotta say, this little foam thing might be better than the foam thing that it came with. What up, Annie? How you doing? I just put another foam thing on there. I just cleaned my old foam, my little foam thingy. So hopefully it sounds a little bit better. It might even sound way better than before. I'm not entirely sure, but we'll see. But it's good to see y'all.
Representatives from Saudi, Turkey, Egypt, Pakistan was leading the charge before. You've got a little bit more vocal support, but clearly we know what the Gulf Arab states want. This instability isn't good for anyone. The president mentioned, they've taken a beating like no other. I would argue Iran deserves a beating like no other.
I agree wholeheartedly on that statement. That statement right there took the words right out of my mouth. Iran deserves this. Because they've been effing with us the entire time. They haven't even tried to come to the table. There's been zero negotiation, dude. Cheeseburger Fresh says, historically, the USA doesn't really have a good track record against guerrilla warfare. Maybe. But yeah, it's good to see Annie in the chat. What's up, Annie? We're doing pretty good. Everybody's all doing good here. We're all kicking butt. We're all taking names. Pretty excited. Silver went up today. Anytime silver goes up, I get pretty excited. Let's keep going.
And if 2 days of shock
means I make a lot of extra money
and awe are enough to get them to change their mind, the question has to be, where was this with the other violations of the ceasefire a month ago? If that's the calculus of 2 days of consistent...
No, Iran has No, you're not laws, dude. Here's the thing. Iran has violated the ceasefire through and through. Multiple times. Are you kidding me? You know they violated the ceasefire multiple times, right? Come on, man. You can't be that oblivious. Come on.
Bombing got them, to where they are now. Maybe 3 weeks ago, we should have started this up and we could have gotten anything we wanted out of a deal.
Oh, yeah. Don't forget to double tap your screen to like the stream. One more time. Double tap your screen to like the stream. If you guys think that Iran is cooked, double tap your screen.
Because the leaders are no longer with us.
Right. I would say, I only know what I don't know. I don't believe that's a Yogi Berra quote, but it could be, David. Moving on to this. this seditious six member, Democrat Congressman Jason Crow, doesn't just want our soldiers to defy hypothetical illegal orders. He also believes Americans can only get the truth from the terror regime that is Iran. Listen to this.
Really?
When we're in
That's insane, dude.
a situation where we have to tune into what the Iranians say to
Of course, the Democratic representative would say these sorts of stupid things. Of course he would.
get the real information on the status of the negotiations, that's a huge problem, right? Because the information coming out of the administration is inconsistent at best and misleading at worst.
Staff Sergeant, your reaction to that?
I mean, look, Representative Crow has long made his decision on how he sees the world. There's a lot of things I question about Jason Crow's analysis. But at the end of the day, if I'm to listen to the Iranian regime, I'm hearing direct talking points from Jason Crow. So I don't know where they end and where he begins, because the Democrat Party has been picking up where the Ayatollah left off, and they've done a pretty good job of spreading their propaganda for a while now.
Dan, you can take that one on if you want, but I also wanted to ask you a little bit about the money angle of this. I'm hearing that if the blockade will end when the agreement is signed. When I hear that, what that tells me is Iran's going to start making a heck of a lot of money selling oil again. Does that concern you?
Yeah, we don't want Iran to be able to make any money, so yeah.
Real quick on Representative Crow's comments, I might have phrased it differently, but I think we do have to pay attention to what Iran says publicly. They haven't.
ET is saying, I thought you said it was bridge and power plant day, Garza. I lost 20K on Polymarket. No, that's just what I thought it was going to be, man. It's just my simple prediction. It doesn't mean it's going to come true, dude. Everybody's got I got hot takes for days, dude. I got hot takes on just about everything. I love my hot takes. They're fresh off the grill. All right, let's keep going.
Confirmed that there's going to be a deal. Let's just leave it at that, and not say that we rely on Iran for the best news of the day or anything. But, you know, the regime will come out and say publicly whether they support a deal or don't. So I'll leave that.
Oh, you guys, don't forget to double tap your screen to like the stream. The more likes we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. And yeah, I'm right on this one, man. First off, this has definitely gone a little longer than I expected. I thought this would be like a 2-month war, extended. But I do think it's going to end pretty shortly. I know Trump doesn't want to keep this going. Trump wants to end the war ASAP, and that makes sense to me. Also, the markets went up like crazy today. I was able to get some good old profit.
To those who track the politics, as you've emphasized, when it comes to the money, we do have to be concerned about that. Our leverage right now is the blockade, it's sanctions, and it's the threat.
It might have to be bridge and power plant day. I don't know. It may have to happen. I'm just saying it may have to happen.
At this point of military strikes, when we take away our leverage, we reduce or eliminate altogether our ability to strike a deal that's going to be better than the JCPOA. That's what President Trump is going to be graded on. President Trump made a lot of really good points about why the JCPOA was a bad deal. Even Democrats like Senator Chuck Schumer didn't support it. That's why it never became a treaty. But we need something better, and we've got to be careful. We had our boots on Iran's throats before the ceasefire.
Not Laws says that's a war crime, by the way. How's it a war crime? How the heck is it a war crime to take out the bridges and the power plants? Can you explain that to me, please? If you're at war with a country, how can that be a war crime? All Iran has to do is come to the table. All right, well, how about this? Let's settle this. Let's ask ChatGPT. Hey, what's going on, Mr. GPT?
Hey there, Michael. Not much, just here and ready to help you out. What's on your mind today?
So you got to answer me some questions here. We got Tyler who says, Garza, I love you. Thank you, Tyler. But that's not the question I want you to answer. So there's this guy on my chat named Not Laws who says that Bridge and Power Plant Day would be a war crime if Trump implemented Bridge or Power Plant Day. Bridge and Power Plant Day, I should say. Is that a war crime?
I wouldn't call that a war crime. War crimes generally involve serious violations of international humanitarian law. Naming a day to focus on infrastructure, even if it's politically motivated, wouldn't fall into that category. It'd probably just spark a policy debate.
Well, you do realize that, hold on, I just want to give you a heads up. So Bridge and Power Plant Day means that Trump is going to take out the power plants and the bridges in Iran. He's going to take them out, which I think it should be fine, but what do you think?
If you're talking about, well, if we're talking about a hypothetical military strike on infrastructure in another country, that's a serious escalation. That would definitely fall under international law considerations. Attacking civilian infrastructure can violate laws of armed conflict if not justified by necessity and proportionality. In short, that would be highly controversial, and it's not something that could be taken lightly at all.
True dat, true dat. Thank you, Mr. GPT. Well, I guess Not Laws is kind of wrong, kind of right. It's not a war crime, man. I'm telling you, I don't think it's a war crime.
And I could tell you from my experience, I would...
Oh yeah, double tap your screen if you can. The more likes we get, the better. So double tap your screen if you can. It really does help us out in a lot of ways. We're trying to see how big we can get on the YouTubes. We're trying to see how much we can expand. So the more likes we get, the better. So double tap your screen to like the stream.
Would have been a little bit happier if we had just tapped them out and ended it. But we went with a ceasefire instead, and we'll just have to see where this gets us.
And we are still dealing.
I don't think it's going to get us very far. That's the problem. I still think the ceasefire has been a bad idea.
With and even negotiating with the same Iran, the same terrorist regime. The UN nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency, demanded urgent Iran cooperation and access to the nuclear sites, calling it essential and urgent in order to enable verification that there's no diversion of nuclear material yesterday. David, final word to you.
I mean, I just don't know who we trust here. The UN has been almost feckless in years past, dealing with,
Well, I mean, truth be told, you can't really trust Iran. That's a given. I mean, you just can't. So where do you go from there? It's the question. Do you guys trust Iran? How about this? Double tap the screen if you trust Iran. If you trust that Iran is going to come to the table and sign a deal, double tap the screen. I am curious to see what people do. There's a lot of Iran shills in here, so... Now, you could trust the United States more than Iran, dude. Iran kills its own... Dude, here's the thing. The Iranian government kills its own people for protesting their shitty regime. Okay? That shit doesn't happen here in America. Iran is backwards as fuck. Their government is, at least.
Enforcing any of these rules. We've got multiple tiers of enriched uranium. You've got the super advanced kind, and then you've got the ones that could be advanced to make a weapon. There's a lot here we don't know. Unfortunately, with this communication and narrative, we've been down this road so many times that I think it's breeding a little bit of unhealthy cynicism.
Well, we will watch it carefully this weekend. Staff Sergeant Bellavia, Dan.
All right, well, that was an interesting video. So essentially what they're saying is, will the settlement actually be reached over the weekend? They were kind of debating it, and I think maybe, if we're lucky. I think the probability is very low that Iran comes to the table. I think Trump is just going to have to do what he has to do. All there is to it. Now, is this actually the worst basketball play ever? Let's take a listen.
Normally, I'm the first one to bah humbug anytime someone tries to make the claim that some moment that just unfolded in a game is the worst moment in that sport's history or the best moment in that sport's.
Oh, we got Mr. Larson Christopher saying, "Sup, Annie and others. What up, dude?" Larson Christopher, my boy.
History, just getting a little lost in the sauce, going hog wild with the hype. It's never actually the best or worst moment of that sport of all time or anything like that. But in the case of what just unfolded here in the final seconds,
The Spurs, this was the ultimate choke job. The Spurs choked. The Spurs choked hard.
of the NBA Finals, Knicks vs. Spurs game, I can at least confidently say that the play De'Aaron Fox made or tried to make.
He should have dribbled out the ball. I know, shoulda, woulda, coulda. But instead of trying that lopsided lay-in, that was kind of crazy. He needed to, first off, dribbling out the ball would have been the best. Because even if he does make the layup, they're up by 3. That would give New York a chance to potentially make a 3 and send it to overtime. Instead, all De'Aaron Fox had to do was dribble out the ball, and that's it. That's it. Try to dribble out the ball. Try to wind down the clock. They had a 1-point lead. San Antonio did.
Is without a doubt the worst play I've ever seen in basketball. And I'm sure you could point to like some
It was a pretty shitty play.
sillier plays throughout basketball history that are like more embarrassing or more cringe. But how many of them happened in...
Also, a lot of this is on the coach. San Antonio shot like 8 straight 3-pointers. Coming out of halftime, I think they missed all of them. It was terrible. Like, that was the worst second half of basketball I've ever watched any team play. They were up by 29 points. The Spurs were up by 29 points and allowed the Knicks to get back into the game. It was unfreaking believable, man.
in a crucial game in the NBA Finals, the most important stage to not be making this kind of boo-boo. I think it absolutely elevates how unbelievable this kind of blunder is.
And what's even worse is De'Aaron Fox is a veteran player. He's like 29 years old. He's been in the league long enough to know that in those sorts of situations, you should dribble out the ball. You should. Now, granted, let's say that they were down by 1 point. Sure. If you're down by 1 point, try to make that lay-in because you need to take the lead anyway. But you're up by 1 point. So you didn't need to make a shot. You just needed to dribble out the ball. Yeah, Annie, I'm sorry to hear that Canada blows. I know that Canada kind of sucks ass from time to time. Ran by a bunch of socialists.
Is because it's happening in a huge NBA Finals game, and it did very quickly lead to them losing the game right after this happened. I don't think I can show you footage of it. I don't know what the rules are around like showing NBA clips, so I'm sure if you're watching this, you've already seen it. I can't resist
Yeah, I've already seen it. It was a bad play.
talking about it. It's nuts. And I'm very disappointed that I didn't get to see it live. I had the game on and then stopped watching at halftime. It was looking like a full-blown red alert.
Yeah, it looked like a blowout, I know. But that was, like I said, that was the worst second half of basketball I've ever legitimately watched. That was crazy. That was a real shitstorm.
Spank down. It was a slapping session. The Spurs led by, I think it was like 27 at the half. So,
granted, I'm going to give the Knicks a lot of props for being able to come back down 29 points. That was a terrible first half that the Knicks played, though. The Knicks actually played okay, but San Antonio was just on a roll. The goal should have been for the San Antonio to just keep driving the ball. You have a 29-point lead, just keep driving it to the rack, get the foul calls, get your points, dude.
I stopped watching it there, which was a huge mistake. I didn't think they'd be able to rally back. The only way that would happen is if an angel descended from the heavens to...
Man, you know, woulda, shoulda, coulda, I should have bet on that game. I should have bet on the New York Knicks at halftime. Could you imagine if I would have bet on the New York Knicks at halftime that I actually would have made a lot of money? Like, straight up, whoever bet on the New York Knicks to win at halftime made a lot of money.
To bless them. And boy, howdy, did that provide. That angel's name, De'Aaron Fox. Well, it wasn't solely him, but he had a terrible second half. And the Spurs had terrible decision-making, throwing threes up.
I think it's a coaching issue. I really do. I think at the end of the day, it's a coaching issue. The coach allowed them to shoot all those threes. Basically said, oh, you're fine. You should not be fine. If you have that big of a lead, you want to just kind of play it safe. You want to pass the ball, play good defense, keep passing the ball, find open shots, drive the lane, mid-range, in the paint, blah, blah, blah. Because New York has to catch up, and you have the luxury of the lead. So you just have to play at your pace. They could have won. Spurs really, like the Spurs really shit the bed.
While they had a sizable lead, giving the Knicks a wide open door to start making their comeback, which rough, they did.
It was rough.
And De'Aaron Fox, in the most crucial seconds of the game, while the Spurs had a 1-point lead, was able to get a breakaway off of a missed Knicks shot attempt. So he's got this cherished treasure in the palm of his hands at the most important moment of the game, with 12 seconds left on the clock. And they have a lead, a 1-point lead. So what's expected and what's standard protocol in a situation like this is the player will try and dribble out the clock. So they'll pull out to try and avoid the defender going to the three, anything to just ensure that as much time as possible is removed from the clock. And everyone knows that there is going to be a foul coming to stop that from happening. So he had a couple options. He could have tried to dribble it out and drain time and take the foul, which sends him to the line because they're in the bonus, which, again, you see that happen a lot. What you don't see happen a lot is the decision Fox made, which was to try and score the layup. In the post-game interview, he stated that he wanted to do this to put them ahead by 3 to force them to have to make a 3 to tie it up, which, a questionable decision because it wasn't a wide-open layup. There was a defender there. Fox thought he was fast enough to get the easy splash there. But what happened is Anunoby was able to get there in time, and he stuffed that shit like a turkey. And in doing so, Knicks get possession. Brunson gets the ball in his hand, throws up a 3. The 3's no good, but Anunoby follows and gets the tip in. And
that was a miracle tip in, by the way. I watched that. I was like, holy crap, man. Look, congratulations to the Knicks. Seriously. The fact that you guys were able to pull off the greatest finals comeback of all time, kudos to you. What the irony is, this could have been a 3-1 series Spurs advantage. The last 2 games have been so incredibly clashy that the last game was a blow. It should be 2-2. We should be saying that it's 2-2. Instead, the Spurs shit the bed, and now it's 1-3 Knicks with the advantage. So Spurs got to win 3 games in a row. They got to take it. And look, I still think that the Spurs naturally are the better team, but they are getting out-coached by Mike Brown. They are legitimately getting out-coached by Mike Brown in this instance. And it is insane.
Watching this play, I think you could also make an argument that that tip-in could even fall on the shoulders of another bad De'Aaron Fox play. Anunoby was Fox's man, and Fox pulls off to help on Brunson. And when the shot goes up, he doesn't then try and locate his man to try and like box out or anything, which I get would have been a very quick decision to make. Maybe he didn't know how much time was on the clock, but Anunoby just gets a free ride right into the paint and getting that tip in. A fucking crazy finish that I didn't get to watch live. I had to go back. And that's not the same experience, man. I truly thought it was just curtains at halftime. It was looking like a disaster, but man, the Spurs really fell apart in the second half. It wasn't just Fox. The tits fell off fully in the second half for the whole team. Like, they were shooting great from deep in the first half, and then the second half, they went 3 for 17, I think it was, from the three. Like, they're throwing up a lot of threes, and they're not making fucking any of them. Stop
Yeah, it's pretty rough, man.
throwing up threes. Like, it's not a difficult...
Yeah, if you have a 29-point lead, you just need to either shoot mid-range or in the paint. And the reason I say mid-range or in the paint, you don't need to blast up threes. King Yeti just sent a happy poop, yum yum. Thank you so much, King Yeti. I appreciate it. Everybody give a shout out to King Yeti, everybody. Thank you for the happy poop, man. If you guys want to send gifts, feel free to tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. It does help the stream in a lot of ways. The more gifts, the better. So please tap the gift button. Send a gift. My God.
Solution here. It's not like a hard formula or riddle to solve. Stop throwing up threes. You have such a sizable lead. The only thing you have to do is not beat yourself. Don't choke. But that's exactly what happened here. But yeah, in particular, De'Aaron Fox layup attempt there with 12 seconds left and a 1-point lead that resulted in a block and then a game winner, I think is the worst play in basketball history that I've put my peepers on.
That was pretty rough, dude. That was pretty rough. Jim H, what the hell, dude?
Really wish I could have seen it live because I probably would have stood up fucking squealing at what unfolded there. Because, again, you just don't really see that kind of mistake made at that level. And Fox is like a veteran of the team. The Spurs team is so young. Fox is like actually one of their veterans. He's been in the league for like 9 years. I think it's 9 years. It might even be a full decade. I'm not sure, but he's been there for a minute.
He's played in the league for a long time. It's just crazy to make that kind of mistake. Like, that was really a big rookie mistake.
He should absolutely know that the safest decision there is just dribble out the clock. Or, just take the foul, go to the line. That's a lot less risky than going for this contested layup. But maybe he didn't think it was contested, though. Again, in the post-game interview, he said he thought he was, fast enough to get it off in time. But even still, why take the risk? Like, there's no reason to do that. You already have a 1-point lead. Just do what's worked for fucking 3 decades. Just dribble out the clock. Just take the foul. Go to the line. Why even bother trying to...
Hey, thank you for the 100, King Yeti. Everybody give a if you guys want to be like King Yeti, tap the gift button and send a gift. The more gifts we get, the better. It does help the channel grow in more ways than one. Oh, King Yeti sent a chili.
Risk it on this layup.
Thank you, buddy.
That isn't, a wide open, uncontested look. It really is like a baffling play. So
yeah, it was a pretty rough play. Yeah, essentially, I was in shock and awe after watching that game.
Laugh out loud.
Shock and awe. Hey, everybody, give a shout out to King Yeti for sending the gifts. We got a 100 for 2 jewels. Hell yeah. Mucho apreciado. We're gonna watch the 5.
President Trump calling off a third wave of strikes on Iran tonight, saying that a deal is in place and the signing will potentially occur over the weekend.
So a settlement has been reached, and it will be signed over the weekend, allegedly. I still don't trust Iran, but we're gonna see what the result ends up being. We're just gonna have to see what it ends up being, because I'm still questioning it, man. I am questioning big time what is happening. I mean, can you guys blame me? Can you blame me for questioning? Can you? I don't think you can.
In Europe with J.D. Vance to be present. Hopefully,
JD, baby.
both sides will be satisfied.
I love JD Vance.
I know you'll never be satisfied, but that's okay. That doesn't bother me at all. We just made a great settlement of the war with Iran, and we're
That Iran will never have a nuke. If they actually agree to that, which, by the way, I think the only reason they're agreeing to anything right now is because they're being bombed to holy hell.
going to be subject to finalization of documents, which should get done over the next few days. We'll probably have a signing maybe in Europe. Most importantly, we have a deal that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, which was the whole purpose of what we had to go through to get this. So it was a big, very big thing. But we have a signing soon, and the documents are in pretty final shape. So we'll see. We'll see. Very good. Should be done. That should be done.
Hey, double tap if you love Trump. Trump makes you hump.
Pretty quickly. I won't be able to be there, but JD will be there, Vice President, and some of the people. Steve Witkoff did a great job.
And why is Trump so confident of a deal?
Because they've taken a pounding. They've taken a pounding like very few
Yep. Those cheeks were clapped.
people could take. And they want to make the deal a lot more than I do.
So, Dana,
Hey, by the way, double tap the screen if you think Trump is a top G. Top G. If you guys think he's a top G, double tap the screen. Let's go, dude. Double tap it, yeah.
we feel like we go down this road a lot.
Every Thursday night or Friday morning.
Yes, exactly. And I know that our complaints are part of it is due to our attention spans.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you could argue that the longer it goes on, the worse condition Iran is in, and Trump knows that. Exactly. So what do you make of this?
I think that is certainly true, that Iran has to be hurting economically.
Oh, yeah.
But the regime itself is willing.
I think Iran's cooked beyond all repair. I think this is the way it is, man. This is the way it is.
To withstand a ton of pain. And they don't care about their people. We know that. President Trump cares more about their people than they care about themselves.
That's true. I mean, that's actually true.
But so it feels like we've been in this doom loop on the 1 yard line for 3 months. And I hope that it is true, that they could get a deal that if it meets those criteria that the president wants, although then you get into the difficult thing of confirming that they're not doing everything that they've always been doing. And you get back to trust but verify, which I think will be a part of the document. We don't have all of the details yet. So Iran is really good, too, about letting the president get out there and say, we're very close, we got a deal, and then they do something like shoot down a helicopter. It's like, well, okay, now we're back in the doom loop again. But hopefully it will work out. I can be optimistic as well.
Why can't you? Because
I don't think this is going to be same as the Obama deal. I think it's going to be way different. I think it's going to be a lot stricter. I think there's going to be a lot of inspections that are going to happen to prevent Iran from secretly developing a nuclear weapon. I think there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be done. So
right now we're in control. I only wish I had an analogy to use in this case, Paul.
Yeah, so I think it would be helpful. We were talking about this off the air, folks. I think it would be helpful to frame this in a particular way. And from where I sit, this thing is a hostage negotiation, right? And the hostages are the Iranian people.
Yeah, the Iranian people have had to live under the rule of this terrible regime for far too long. It's terrible, man. And they want out of it. The Iranian people want out of this terrible regime.
In this instance is the IRGC and 4 million besieged thugs. That's the paramilitaries. Now, we don't want to kill the hostage, obviously, here, right? But we got to get rid of the perp somehow or other. I think we're past that. We've gotten to the point now that the best threat we have is we're going to take Carg Island. What does that mean? That means essentially you're staging SWAT right outside the door. And you're saying no food, no water, and we're right here, guys. We're ready to come in, but we're not coming in yet because Carg Island is not the mainland. So where does that leave you? This is why, in my estimation, that the administration has rightly sort of skewed or shifted, I should say, the focus to purely the nukes. And that puts you then in a little bit of a Hobson's choice. He's been saying it's just the nukes, that's all we care about. You then only really have two options from where I sit. Number one, you're in an endless bombing campaign that is informed by your intelligence, aerial photography, satellites, and what the Israelis and the Gulf allies will give you. Just inevitably, that's going to fail at some point because you're not going to have all the intel. They're going to have hidden sites like they always do. And they know we're coming this time. This ain't like the last time when we came in with the ghost bombers. And you can't have one of those bombers go down over Iran because the next day, Chinese, North Koreans, Iranians, and Russians will all have that technology. So then what's left? Trust but verify, boots on the ground of a sort, but it has to have real muscle. The UN is not that muscle. They've never been trustworthy on this issue. The Iranians obviously are.
The UN is just blah. Can't get them to do anything.
Are not. They have, what, 11 bombs worth?
I mean, you could barely get the UN to agree on anything or even come to an understanding on anything because they're just bunch of freeloading countries.
Of enriched uranium ready to go, a missile that could go 2,000 miles that they weren't supposed to have. They can't be trusted. And so we either have to accept that this is about as good as we're going to get, or we're going to...
Larson Christopher said he blocked Jose. Oh, no. I mean, basically, all Jose was doing was just copying, pasting. He's just basically being like, lies, 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 lies. That's all he's doing, dude. Yeah, I'm going to let Jose keep doing his thing. I mean, if he spams a little too much, then I'll probably end up blocking him, but... I mean, but if Jose keeps spamming, I'll tell you what, Jose has to really, 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 really spam for me to block him. That's the way it usually is.
Going to have to put real muscle, boots on the ground behind the inspections. Otherwise, this is going to go on forever.
See, I told you he was going to mention Hobson's choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he very, very annoying. Very annoying, I agree.
Who is Hobson?
Who is Hobson?
When you're asking me, I just looked that up. Come on.
So Jesse,
you know,
Jesse, one of the benefits of Trump is he keeps the end game to himself. It drives his adversaries crazy, but it causes
Yeah, he's not telling you what his plan is. See, that's a smart move, man. The sign of a good chess player is you don't tell your opponent what your end game is.
Everybody here to speculate, and then that makes us impatient. And then we get jaded, and then we start watching sports. Next thing you know, we're drinking and using narcotics, and then we end up homeless and living in Seattle. What is your take on this latest development?
My take is Trump is such a tease, and I fall for it every time. But this time, I think it's real. This time, I think it's...
He's teasing us all, man. He's putting it out in front of us, and he's teasing. All right, we'll see what happens, though. We'll see what happens.
Sure, the last 2 days, I think, woke the Iranians up. Greg, remember when you got beat up in high school?
Never happened.
You'd be getting hit for about a month straight, every single day. Then the bully would stop, and he'd take a break. That's the ceasefire. And then all of a sudden, after a couple more, boom, boom, and it hurts more the second time. Because you remember...
analogy.
How painful it was. And that's what happened. We resumed major combat operations for the last 48 hours, and that was it. Plus, Trump's tongue. He basically said, we're going to keep bombing them until they sign. They didn't like that. And then he...
Yeah, why not? Screw it. They got no other choice, man. They got no other choice but to, because they don't have any cards. Iran doesn't have any cards in this scenario, so why should they even think for a second that they have the upper hand?
He said, do you know where the gay Ayatollah is? He goes, I'm not going to tell you if I know or not, but I know.
Right.
And then he said, you know what? Openly speculating about seizing Karg Island. He'd never really done that before. And then apparently he called them last night and said, we're going to hit you tonight, and we're going to hit you here, and you're going to hit you here, and there's nothing you can do about it because we own the skies. It's not over till it's over. Someone said that. The fat lady hasn't sung yet because until you deal with the dust, it's war. So you can...
Yeah, they got to deal with that uranium. They got to deal with the leftover uranium for sure. Absolutely. They got to find some sort of solution there.
Inside a document, you can open up the Strait, but until we watch the dust get downgraded to zero, the war is still on.
Still absolutely on, yeah.
I think what's happening now is you're going to have the IAEA have to sit there and see and witness them take.
Give me a few moments. I love what Jesse Waters is saying. That was an interesting analogy. That was a very odd analogy that he was using. But he's right to some degree. I mean, we already pounded the heck out of Iran the first time. And now that we're resuming it, we're pounding the heck out of them the second time. So it's an even worse scenario for them. I mean, Iran's cooked one way or another, whether you guys like to admit it or not. The leftists in my chat keep defending Iran, which I don't understand. Stop defending Iran. Iran's cooked.
This thing down to zero. We have spies in the Atomic Energy Agency, so we'll see it, and we can see it from the Space Force. But until that happens, this war's still on. But right now, it looks good, and I'm pretty happy with it. The market loves it. Oil's down into the 80s. The market was up, what, 900 points today? I think the market knows.
Yeah, the market realizes that Trump's on the right path. Like, dude, everything went up today. Like, everything. No, I was looking at, in fact, I was looking at my silver position, dude. Silver skyrocketed today. Silver went up like crazy. I love it when silver goes up, though. Silver is like my main jam. Let's see. So 60. I started going back down, but that's okay. I ended up selling a little bit just to get some profit. And yeah, I got a lot of money sitting to the side, just kind of deploying it into silver. Yeah, just kind of swing trading silver when I can and playing it intelligently. And, you know, that's kind of the way to do it. Oh, yeah. What's up, Cruz Diaz? What's up, dude?
knows what's happening. And if JD's going to sign this thing in Europe, he better be back.
Dude, if JD signs this, if JD gets this thing signed and ready to roll, let's rock it, dude.
Next week, because he's on this show and he has to do The View. So hurry it up.
I think he's more worried about The View than Iran.
What's more dangerous?
Well, they could sit on him. So, Jessica, do you agree with everything Jesse said? It looks good. Cautiously optimistic. It could.
He did
end.
not say cautiously.
He kind of.
Oh, I'm cautiously.
Yeah.
We've been down this road before.
At least 37 times, actually. We have been down this road of we're almost at a deal. I'm glad that you said that we're in a war, though, because the president says that we're not, so that Congress can't assert their right to actually decide whether we should go to war or not. So I'm glad you've broken with him on that. It is, though, Greg, the first time that you have actually told the truth about the conversation in the green room that you were having with Paul for the setup. But I have a different hostage to bring to the table, which is the Strait of Hormuz. So yes, the end game is, of course, you want to take care of the nuclear dust and Iranian aspirations to have a nuclear weapon. But the Strait of Hormuz is the linchpin of this, and it has been since Iran predictably closed it. And that's really what needs to get open. I mean, the longer that this goes on, the more damage that we see. I mean, issues like a couple days ago, U.S. strikes took out 3 Indian nationals who were on a tanker that was going through. We can't have stuff like that happening. It makes people who are already angry at us even more angry at this point. In terms of how Iran is faring, of course, it is not all sunshine and roses, and they're having the best time, and there's a huge economic toll, and there has been a military toll to some degree. But I think it's quite clear now.
Some degree?
Well, but I know what you're doing.
I'm letting you condition this stuff with the greatest words. You know, a little bit here, a little bit there.
Well,
they don't have an Air Force.
But then...
Yeah, I was going to say, Jessica Tarloff, as usual, with a low IQ take. Does she not realize how weak Iran is right now? They have no negotiation. You can't negotiate with Iran because there's just no way to negotiate with them at this point. a lot of leftists in the chat getting mad at me. The left is always mad at me. Dude, when is the left not mad at me, dude? The left is always mad at me. I'm basically the villain, dude. The left considers me the villain.
I mean, Laura Ingraham, even a couple nights ago, asked on her show, she had a guest on who said, if we obliterated them, then how are they striking us? They have been able to rebuild and rearm certainly faster than we thought could happen. There's
some missiles in.
Jessica Tarlov's low IQ. They still have missiles. Iran still has missiles. They just don't have a lot of them. They're still able to fire some, right, by the way. It doesn't mean they're going to be successful.
Drones, we can't stop them all.
Fine, it's all right.
That's the only card they have left.
Yes,
really.
we have no problem. Everything has gone exactly to plan. You're absolutely right.
I didn't say that. I'm just trying to.
Also, no, but you're trying to
keep you on the path to truth, Jessica.
I walk alone on my path, and what I'm saying is rooted in what reporters from the region are putting out there, and even questions that some of Trump's biggest supporters are asking. We also know on the domestic level that Donald Trump needs this deal done. He doesn't have the appetite for the war himself anymore. He's said as much. The Republican Party doesn't. They're breaking with him more than they have before because they have concerns at home. People are saying it's $4 gas. Democrats are now up 10 points on the generic ballot. His approval is in the mid-30s. Inflation 4.2%, outpacing wages. The toll of this war.
By the way, the Democrats are still more unpopular. The Democrats are still more unpopular than the Republicans. Don't forget that. Now, basically, people are done with both parties. People are done with the low IQ. They're done with the... I can't even think. Okay. Most normal people are done with both parties, right? A lot of people are done with the low IQ policies of the Democrat Party because they're tired of... They're basically tired of the Democrat politicians simping out to these woke people. And then on the Republican side of things, there's normal people who are kind of independent, kind of swing a little bit both ways, maybe one way or another. They're not happy with the Republicans either. So basically, there's a lot of people who are swinging towards, we're just going to vote third party or not vote at all. A lot of people are just thinking, I'm going to vote third party or not at all. And I get it. No, there are definitely third party candidates that I've considered in different races, for sure. I will admit, I'm pretty anti-Democrat at this point. Like, I am anti-Democrat to the core. I think the Democrat Party is so fucking low IQ and so stupid. Like, Jessica Tarlov, every time I see Jessica Tarlov, I'm thinking that's exactly the type of bonehead that the left idolizes. Oh, my dad's talking about the Fuda crap. There he goes again. My dad's obsessed with, yeah. He's obsessed with certain things. I'm not saying it, dude. I'm not saying it.
Is too much for him to bear electorally and for what he's interested in anymore. And so maybe we get to a deal from this, but it's just a memorandum of understanding at this point. And Iran and Israel were key linchpins to making this come to fruition, are out there signaling that they're not interested in what at least is being proposed for Saturday in Europe for J.D. Vance. I guess he misses the UFC fight, though, which is...
I think everybody...
Sunday.
Well, can he get back? He's going to sign Saturday and get back?
Yeah, he'll get back.
I think Trump was like, I would rather go to the UFC fight than stand around here while they probably won't sign this.
Well, everybody wants this finished, especially the Gulf states, but no one is really rallying to the Iranian side except the American left.
Yep.
The difference between...
Exactly. The leftists. I love how the left is defending the Iranian government. Unbelievable. The same Iranian government that killed thousands of their own people for protesting the existing regime. You know, the irony is, America is much more free than Iran because we don't believe in bullshit. We do believe in bullshit. I take that back. We believe in individualism. The reason that America has grown so much in such a short amount of time is because of our emphasis on individualism. Collectivism doesn't work. Collectivism slows down progress. That's why communism and socialism create shitty societies. And it ruins great ones too. Socialism and communism have a history, a track record of ruining great societies. Because communism and socialism have the one thing that human beings, it lacks the one thing that human beings need. And the one thing that human beings need is incentive. Human beings need an incentive. Collectivism does not offer that. Like communism, socialism, Maoism, whatever, Marxism, for God's sakes. It doesn't offer incentive. And it puts you in bullshit social contracts that you don't want to be a part of. Right? The one thing that's great about America is technically America doesn't have a social contract. We don't. You're free to hate your fellow man. You're free to love your fellow man or woman. You know, whatever. You're free to think whatever the fuck you want here in America. That's the beauty of America. There is no king or queen to tell you what to think or how to think. You just think whatever you want. You say whatever you want. That's the beauty of America.
Chinese?
Well, obviously.
Same.
Oh, sorry.
Same.
Oh, I was sorry. I forgot. I missed my cue on that one.
Hey, look, let's remember something else, too. This is the first administration to actually push this to a reckoning.
Exactly. This is the thing that drives me crazy. Democrats and media do not include the context. When they talk about economic figures, they never bring up context. When they talk about Iran, they forget 50 years where they caused terrorism around the world.
Yes. They have been. Iran has been heavily responsible for levels of terrorism for a long time. You could argue that Iran has made the world a worse place. And what Donald Trump is doing by basically crippling Iran's military and their government makes it to where the Middle East is a safer place. And you could argue that Europe is safer too, because Iran's no longer going to be trying to make a mother effing nuclear weapon.
Where they threatened to blow up
America. But that's why we had them in a deal that Trump ripped up. We had it enriched.
The deal sucked. There was no inspections. The Obama deal sucked because there was no inspections. Nothing was happening. Iran was doing all of this behind Obama's back. They had been plotting this for years. Oh, the Obama deal was shit. It was garbage. Trump wanted a true revision, and what this does is it allows us to check in on them, make sure they're not doing any funny business.
Uranium at 3.5% levels, and then it got up to 60% after he ripped up the deal in 2018.
Will you say thank you after this is over and you get a deal and you get the uranium? Would you say thank you?
To who?
To the president and Pete Hegseth. If you annihilate most of their military and get the dust, will you say thank you?
All right.
You won't say thank you?
You should say thank you, yeah, because the world's a safer place with a weak Iran. The world is a better place with a weakened Iran, straight up. I know you guys don't want to hear that, but it's the truth. Coyote 3, what up, dude? Got Coyote 3 in the house.
Wow.
That's dishonest.
Like,
I guess we know what side she's on, America.
Yeah. Hey, Ron Tarloff. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest.
I love Jesse Waters, dude. The Bricks and Minifigs CEO just got exposed. I'm curious.
Some insane stuff just came out.
I'm excited, dude. This is getting me pretty revved up. I'm getting bricked up for bricks and minifigs.
About bricks and minifigs and the entire McNeff family, which is really, really crazy. Honestly, these are some insane findings. So shout out to the BJC live show. Go watch her video on this. It's like 50 minutes long. She does like a full breakdown and goes into all these documents. And she does it way better than I could ever explain in this like 10-minute video or however long it's going to be. And I don't even fully understand this, I don't think. So I'll summarize what I can and talk about what I can and why I think all of these findings matter and what's kind of insane to me. But if you want to watch the full story, definitely go check out her video. I'll leave a link in the comments or in the description. Now, with that being said, let's get into this. So basically, what she goes over multiple different documents in this video, and it is insane. Overall, what you need to know probably is it shows that the McNeff family, they kind of have a history with some, shall I say, suspicious and shady business practices, including potential financial misconduct and complex shell structures to shuffle money or evade liability, which kind of parallels what we've been seeing with the whole bricks and minifigs controversy. We've seen blame shifting, we've seen different liability things like trying to take liability off of bricks and minifigs for everything that happened with Brian Mansell. I mean, the waters are so muddied by like the franchise agreements and all this legal headache that's going on, like, oh, it's Crystal's fault because consignment wasn't allowed, and just all this insane stuff. All these new findings like directly align with kind of the practices we're seeing nowadays involving this whole controversy. And to me, it just lends credibility to the fact that the McNeffs are no strangers to this kind of practice and what they've been doing. And it just really shows they have a history with acting this way and treating people this way. And look, all of this is my opinion and just what I can gather from these findings from this video. So this isn't like, 100% confirmed. All of this is alleged and just my opinion. So take that into account. But yeah, the big headline is Ammon and his brother Matt sued their dad, Daniel McNeff, involving, I don't even want to get into why they sued him and all.
So wait, he sued his own dad? What the hell? That's crazy. Hold on, I gotta wipe down my thing. Oh, my mussy. Oh, I gotta wipe down this thing real quick. All right. Let's see what up, dude.
Of that, it's a huge mess. If you want to look at that, you can, again, go watch that full video like I was saying, because it's a lot to get into, and to be honest, I don't know if it's all super relevant to the bricks and minifigs controversy, apart from the fact that, you know, again, it shows the McNeff's character and how they conduct legal matters and business and stuff like that, and it's just really, really interesting to see how they've been doing things in the past, and especially when compared to what they're doing now. So with that being said, the company owned by Daniel McNeff, again, Eamon and Matt's dad, called Legally Mine, which I know some of you have heard of. I've seen comments. Basically, I think it's a company helping people legally, helping them maintain assets, stuff like that. But basically, this company, Legally Mine, entered into a purchase agreement to buy several $1 million worth of stock in Bricks and Minifigs Franchising Incorporated.
No shit.
So what I gathered from this is that Legally Mine probably like owned the majority of stock in Bricks and Minifigs. So in a way, I think what I can kind of gather from this is Daniel McNeff, I don't know if he still does, but at least at one point, he probably pretty much owned Bricks and Minifigs, and it sounds like Eamon and Matt have just been doing most things with the help of their dad's funds, you know, getting into this whole Bricks and Minifigs ownership, all the franchising, everything like that. And this point is validated even more later, because during the whole lawsuit where Eamon and Matt were suing their dad for, again, some stuff I don't want to get into, but Daniel, in one of these documents, basically stated that his reasoning for not maintaining required stock payments to Bricks and Minifigs, I think that was part of the controversy. So basically, after he made that purchase agreement, he decided to stop making these stock payments to Bricks and Minifigs. And part of the reasoning that he stated for that was he said that Eamon and Matt owned a Bricks and Minifigs location once, and it was never profitable. So essentially, Daniel McNeff was saying that Eamon and Matt are just inexperienced or ineffective business owners, so he didn't trust that his money from these stock payments was going to a good place, a place that would be profitable or manage his money well, so he got out of that entire agreement and stopped making purchases. And to me, that definitely aligns with the story before this, because if the story is that Eamon and Matt have basically been doing all this Bricks and Minifigs stuff using their dad's funds, and then their dad also says that they're not experienced with business and they didn't turn a profit when they owned a store once, it just kind of makes sense that, yeah, they're probably operating mostly off of their dad's money. But the smoking gun in this is definitely the fact that the Legally Mine, company, Daniel McNeff changed the name of it from Legally Mine LLC to LM Old Co. LLC. So like Legally Mine Old Company LLC. And this was done the exact same day that Reckless Ben posted his first part in the Bricks and Minifigs series. And what this does is it lends more credibility to...
Dude, this is crazy. He's uncovering a lot of stuff. It sounds like the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs doesn't know how to run shit, is what it sounds like. And it's going to be satisfying to see this entire company go down. After what they did to Reckless Ben, man, I think that what they did to Reckless Ben was uncalled for, because he was doing the right thing. Reckless Ben was doing the right shit, dude.
To the claim that Daniel McNeff probably at one point, or still does, kind of own or is associated with the entire Bricks and Minifigs franchising company, because why else would he try to distance himself from this controversy by changing the name of Legally Mine to, again, like LM Old Co. LLC? To me, that is him trying to distance himself from Bricks and Minifigs as much as possible in this controversy, and he might have even known that some suspicious things were going on before this whole controversy came out, because he changed the name of his company the same day that Reckless Ben dropped his part 1.
That's crazy. That's wild.
I know. And it wasn't too long after either. Like the same day. That's not even enough time to...
TJ says flag wave on Sunday at the boardwalk from 3 to 5. Democrats are going to be there from 12 to 2 and plan to stay to disrupt the Republican event. You said that's going to be on Sunday? Wait, is that going to be on Saturday or Sunday? So wait, they're actually doing it on a Sunday? That's surprising. I'm going to look at the Democrat events, though. That's crazy. I didn't know that they were actually going to be at the boardwalk. That'd be... Because Sunday I actually might be able to do that. Democrats of Coos County. Okay, it is on Sunday? Okay. Wow, it's going to be on Sunday. They usually do these sorts of things on Saturday. Oh shit, they're doing a Thirsty Thursday at the Coney station. The Democrats are going to be hanging out at the Coney station. Oh, from 5:30 to 8:30. I might be able to come on in there. Do you guys think I should go down to the Coney station and talk to all the libs?
Gauge whether there's going to be like a huge movement behind this, whether people are going to care, whether it's actually going to affect the reputation of bricks and minifigs. So in my opinion, Daniel McNeff definitely knew his sons were maybe up to something, or something involving bricks and minifigs was kind of suspicious, and I think he knew that something was going to happen from all of this, so he wanted to distance himself as much as possible, and that is exactly what he did literally the same day Reckless Ben posted his video. And again, this video, it's like over 50 minutes long. It's insane. I don't even think I'm smart enough to grasp everything she's going over in this breakdown, but yeah, I just went over some of the big points that I gathered from this and what I can see. And to be honest, like I said at the beginning, what this kind of shows, you know, why should you care about this in terms of the bricks and minifigs situation? Who cares that their dad owned a company that might have kind of owned bricks and minifigs at one point? Who really cares, right? Well, to be honest, to me, it just really sheds a light on the character of Eamon and Matt McNeff, because it seems like the practices they did in the past, I believe all this controversy with...
Yeah, it sounds like they're just shady dudes, is really what it boils down to. And you can even tell, I mean, everything about the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs is a huge red flag. Just the way his body language is, just everything about him just seems, I don't know, sketchy. He just seems like a really sketchy dude, and yeah, the more I analyze, the more I'm just like, whew, red flag, red flag. Oh, TJ says, that's right now, do it, film it, tell him I said hi. Well, yeah, it's only been going on for an hour. I think it goes till like 8 o'clock, I think was how much it goes for. I don't know if I want to deal with that though, dude. I mean, part of me, I guess I could go down there and be like, hey, you know, leave TJ alone, you motherfuckers. I'm the enemy. You see, the thing is, I'm going to tell you guys this real quick. TJ's actually a good person. I'm not a bad person. All right? I'm a decent individual. I'll admit that. I got to give myself some more credit. I've been working on that. But when it comes to agitating liberals, I'm really good at it. I'm really good at agitating. I don't know. I try not to. All I have to do to agitate a liberal is just tell them how much I love Joe Biden. Because I'm the master of trolling. Like, when it comes to Joe Biden, TJ says the owner of Coney told me he charges them double to rent the back room of what they charge others. That's hilarious, dude. I love it. Well, it's probably because the reason that you have to charge them more is it's kind of a liability to have that many unstable people in the same room, you know? So, yeah, having that many unstable people in the same room, man, you gotta... No, normally, if I wasn't I'll tell you what, if I wasn't doing my live stream right now, I probably would go down there. Coyote 3 says Joe was the man. He even wore a mega hat. But yeah, no, I just think that many, I understand why the Coney station owner charges them twice the amount. It's kind of like a deposit, because he knows that they're kind of a liability. TJ says the owner is a family friend. He came to the hospital when my daughter was born with a gift. Hell yeah, dude. That's freaking awesome, man. I love it. I love it, brother. I dig it.
With their dad. It was either 2019 or 2021. I don't remember, but a few years ago. So it seems like they have a history of doing business this way, and seeing how they're conducting the entire Bricks and Minifigs controversy now, and then seeing how they handled all this controversy with their dad back then, to me, really sheds a light on their character and just how they conduct themselves legally, and it really clarifies all of the lies and gaslighting and PR stunts that they're trying to pull. And at the end of the day, it just really shows why I don't personally trust Bricks and Minifigs. Disregard all the evidence and everything. It seems like they have done some, shall I say, suspicious things in the past revolving their previous businesses, and it seems like they haven't stopped doing that with their businesses in the present. But with that being said, again, that is all my opinion. Let me know your opinion in the comments down below. And with that being said,
Well, that was an interesting video. Basically, what he was saying is that the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs is totally sketchy, conducts bad business practices, allegedly, stuff like that. Just a sketchy guy. I mean, everything about the dude's body language is, I don't know, he just doesn't seem right. I love Reckless Ben. I love what's been happening. I'm very invested in this story. I'm not going to lie, I'm pretty invested in the outcome too. I really want to see how it turns out, man. I'm very, very invested in the outcome here. But yeah. But yeah, the Iran war needs to be finished ASAP. And I hope it gets finished ASAP, somehow, some way. Oh, if you guys can, double tap the screen to like the stream one more time. Double tap the screen to like the stream. One moment. All right, let's see here. This will take a few moments. Okay, this will take a few more moments. Seeing
But
well,
we begin tonight with correspondent Mark Meredith at the White House. Good evening to you, Mark.
Aisha, good evening from a very hot and humid White House where President Trump says a peace deal with Iran is within reach. He's not disclosing the details yet of exactly what this agreement will look like, but there's also another big X factor here. Iran's state-run media says Iran itself is not ready for a commitment.
We just made a great settlement of the war with Iran.
Tonight, President Trump says a deal to end the war in Iran is close. The news follows a day filled with threats as Trump himself warned massive airstrikes were hours away.
We have a deal that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon.
Which would be good, by the way. You don't necessarily want them to have one.
Which was the whole purpose of what we had to go through to get this. So it was a big, very big thing. But we have a signing soon, and the documents are in pretty final shape, so we'll see.
The president claims Iran is ready to abandon its nuclear program. Iran has spent months telling the world that's non-negotiable.
Have you actually secured an agreement on the discussions about the nuclear material and the nuclear negotiations?
Yes, conceptually on that, and nobody's getting close to it because it's buried under a mountain.
Democrats say the president's on and off again threats show he has no exit strategy.
Iran is stronger now, and everybody in the world knows it.
Oh, God. Hakeem Jeffries is full of crap, dude. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. This guy assumes. He assumes that Iran's more powerful. How? How can you make that assumption? It's a bad assumption. It's a terrible assumption, man. Unreal. Let's keep going.
Because of their control of the Strait of Hormuz, which was not the case before Donald Trump started this war.
The president says a deal may be signed within a matter of days, with Vice President Vance representing the U.S. Trump is scheduled to visit Europe next week, meeting leaders from G7 countries. The trip comes amid a new effort to confirm a director of national intelligence. Trump says he's nominating Jay Clayton, the top federal prosecutor in New York's Southern District. Clayton previously served as chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and lawmakers, including Republicans, revolted over Trump's earlier decision to name Bill Pulte, a top housing official and Trump ally, for the job. Critics claim Pulte had no experience. He's expected to remain as acting DNI until Clayton is confirmed. Pulte is temporarily taking over for Tulsi Gabbard, who resigned. She leaves next week. And not too far from where we are here at the White House, another interesting story. Someone vandalized the National Mall, putting the numbers 8647 into the grass near the World War II Memorial.
Oh, geez. There we go again. Got more of those terrible vandals doing their stupid crap. Go figure.
Investigators say they are still trying to determine who did this. 86 is restaurant slang for axing or killing something. 47 has come to recognize as President Trump, the 45th and 47th president here. We don't know how many people are involved. This investigation, though, is still ongoing, and there are questions or not, we're going to see more protests as the president gets ready for a big weekend. We got that UFC fight on the South Lawn on Sunday. Aisha.
Okay, Mark Meredith live for us at the White House. Mark, thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the...
My curiosity is how are they able to do that? I thought there was like security all over the place in that area. I mean, like, it's actually shocking that they were able to do that. Unreal. Ooh, the Democrats want to leave America? Of course they do, because they're idiots.
So America...
Yeah, because they want to go to Iran. The Democrats are stupid enough to think that they'd be freer and happier in Iran, dummies.
Is about to celebrate 250. Democrats apparently want to spend it in Canada. A new poll found that 55% of Democrats would rather join the ranks of TDS All-Stars like Rosie and Ellen, rather live in a different country than the United States, while only 10% of Republicans said the same. All right, Jesse, I got to come to you. You've been walking around in the Fox building here in a beret. We've all seen it.
What a stud, dude.
If there was only one country, it would be France, maybe Canada, But no, obviously the United States of America. Imagine if you had another passport. Imagine you had an Argentinian passport and you go abroad and you get kidnapped, you get lost. Do you think the Argentinian government is going to find you? They're not even going to try.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
If we lose an American anywhere, Bangladesh, South Korea, the president of the United States will get on the phone with the other president and he'll say, hey, find them or else the Marines are coming. And that's the kind of country you want to live in. Plus, everywhere else barely has any air conditioning. The ice cubes are small. The service is slow. Good luck buying an SUV anywhere else.
So your metric is like, were you kidnapped? Essentially, you want to make sure you're in a country that's going to actually look for you.
Yes.
Don't count on that too much, Jesse.
Well,
Jesse's the man, dude. Jesse Waters, baby.
Depends on who's president.
Trump is definitely looking for Jesse.
Yeah, desperately.
Jess, what about you? You going to Mexico City? Where are you going to go?
No, I couldn't go to the Mexico City World Cup game. I love Mexico City. A very cool place. Not to live. I've lived abroad. I had a great time living in London. I am a New Yorker. I plan on staying here, much to Greg's chagrin. Listen, you always want to see the data if things were reversed, and I don't think it even works to go back 10 years ago. I think the last 10 years have been incredibly difficult on the partisan level.
God, Jessica Tarlov is such a low IQ. Yeah, she's awful.
For the country.
Dude, Jessica Tarlov is so freaking annoying. Let's listen to her though.
So let's re-poll everyone when it is, President John Ossoff in 2030 and see what's up then.
President Plattner. Yeah, I mean, well, that's actually a fair point. Dana, where are you going? I think I know.
So I'm going to be here, and guess what? The Europeans want to be here. This is my favorite content of the entire week has been the Europeans, like Freddie on X, who is from Germany. They're here on a road trip going to their games today, and they have fallen in love with America, and it's just so fun. You can see it on your screen there. Follow and enjoy them realizing how awesome America is. It's like when de Tocqueville came, went back to Europe, and he's like, wow, these people are amazing.
Yeah, Buc-ee's, there we go.
They really get along.
Never
and everything.
been to a
It's not-
Buc-ee's, but I heard it's pretty dope.
Not just about the food. It was about the wealth as well. There's like, look at these houses, look at this largesse, look at what they have that we don't.
Yeah, and that's always a fun experience for Americans. So watching the Knicks game.
Those look tasty. All that food looks tasty.
Last night, we were in a restaurant. The kid outside was watching through the window. So we went, this is near the end of the game, we brought him in. Turns out he was Serbian, and he was new to this country, and yet he was a basketball nut. It was very much the same kind of thing. He was just like sort of infatuated. Greg, take us out with you.
Tell the rest of the story when he mugged you. It's funny. You hear about the people who leave because they keep their home in the United States. When you're rich, you can move to England or France for 6 months and come back. Everybody else who's doing this poll, well...
Yeah, they can't really, nobody else can really do that,
Okay.
By the way, did you notice that Greg has a Happy Poop Yum Yum mug? He has the Happy Poop Yum Yum.
You must sell your home, you must quit your job and find work in a foreign country. And the country you go to is not as friendly as America. Good luck moving permanently to Japan or finding work in England. It's hard. I'm willing to bet that the person who says, I'm going to live abroad instead of America, is the first person when they arrive in France to look for a McDonald's or a Home Depot. A seasoned traveler. If you're...
I love it, dude. I love it. That's so funny. So I'm cleaning up the closet space in my room. While I'm doing that, gifts will get me back. Hold on. All right, BRB. All right. Did anybody send any gifts? Oh my god. Oh my god. What's going on, everybody? Where's the gifts, dude? If you guys can, though, don't forget to tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. It does help the channel grow in more ways than one. So the more gifts we get, the better. It really does keep the channel pumping. Keeps me rolling. Give me just a few more moments, though. I'm looking at a couple statistics. So what am I? All right, let's keep going. I'll BRB. Greg is looking hot. Greg Gutfeld's pretty hot. All right, what are we looking at here? Larson Christopher says Democrats should move to Canada. Annie says, please take that back. I don't want them here. Oh, poor Annie. Annie's already surrounded by a whole bunch of Democrats in freaking Canada, dude. Holy crap. I feel bad for Annie on that one. It's okay, Annie. You'll be okay. I can't promise that you'll be okay, but you'll be okay. Okay, here we go. We're back. Live. Let's rock and roll, dude.
A seasoned traveler always has a lot of gratitude for having America as their home to return to, because you've seen the world, you know what works, and you really know what doesn't. But if you're super rich, you can live anywhere, perhaps except Haiti or Somalia. But it's a very easy thing for somebody like Ellen DeGeneres or Rosie to say, because it's not a big deal to fly in your private jet.
Right. Yeah, it's a transatlantic virtue signal. And the truth of the matter is that most of us are only as virtuous as our options. All right, the fact.
Oh, that's a great quote. Many of us are as virtuous as our options. That's freaking hilarious. Dude, that's actually a really, really good quote. I'm going to have to steal that, dude. I have to steal that quote. Many of us are as virtuous as our options. Wow. It's true. Very true. Oh my God, that was beautiful.
Justice is up next.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube.
I love it, man. This is great. I love it, man. I love it. Oh, the 5 comment on Jasmine Crockett's Carmela. Jasmine Crockett's terrible.
She is a lawyer.
Yeah.
She apparently didn't look at any of the facts or the evidence of the case before she commented.
Yeah, I mean, she may not be limited to fists, but she's clearly limited. Because that is just a complete, just a countermand of everything that went on in the courtroom. The idea that she can argue that the size of the knife, which is not in dispute, it was recovered. The fact that she could somehow argue that because of its size, it can't be considered a deadly weapon, which is what she was doing there, despite the fact that it killed the victim. I mean, it's just a basic algebraic logic here. Now, look, there's no winners in this story.
He shouldn't, no matter what size the knife, in this instance, he shouldn't have stabbed him, period, end of story. I mean, this is pretty damn simple.
We've all been through that aspect of it. I don't understand what was on.
And it wasn't self-defense either. There was no self-defense in this situation.
And according to all the reporting, this kid Carmelo had a job. He had a good grade point average. He came from a good family. I don't know what the hell he was thinking, but the facts have spoken. He went into the tent. He has a knife for some reason in a bag. Remember, under Texas law, there's 2 metrics here that matter. Number 1, you can't use self-defense if you provoke the incident, all right?
And he did provoke the incident, by the way. He did. He absolutely did. He absolutely provoked the incident. 100%, bro.
That part maybe succeeded, maybe failed. We don't know what the jury thought. But the second piece, and that's kind of what she's talking about here, definitely failed, which is that your reaction has to be commensurate to the threat that you perceive. And that's going to be an objective standard. You just can't say, the guy was white and he was big, so I thought he was going to kill me. No, the facts have to matter. And then you stab the guy in the chest. Now let's go real quick to the appeal. The appeal is going to center on, it's going to be due process stuff, Miranda, they always throw that in. But what it's going to come down to is the following. Did the exemption of the 3 black females who were educators, was that cover just to get 3 blacks off the jury? That's it. If the argument of the prosecution, which was, no, we didn't want teachers, if that holds the day, then the...
I realize that the 5, and maybe I'm too late to the party in understanding this, but I realize that
the appeal,
the 5 is like a better version of The View. I mean, anything is better than The View, but the 5 is basically a vast improvement. Like, the 5 is what The View wishes it could be. The View wishes they could be the 5. They wish.
Will fail, and no, that the appeals courts generally give great deference to the trial court judge in making that assessment. That's the assessment that the trial court judge would have done. He would have said, is this a ruse? Are they just trying to get rid of 3 black jurors? And the way that they look at that is to say, are there similarly situated people who are on the jury? That is to say, a white teacher, an Asian teacher, et cetera. Short of that, I expect the appeal to fail. I have questions, though. I wonder.
Well, we're living in woke America, so who knows? Maybe the appeal will be successful. We're living in a mixture of, it just depends on what judge you get. You either get a woke judge or a smart judge, one or the other. Either a smart judge or a woke judge, one or the other.
Was there a plea offer? You didn't get a lot of character stuff. And I go back to what I opened this segment with, which I'm sorry, but I just got to go to it. I don't understand. The kid, from all intents, had a great life ahead of him. What was he thinking? What's he walking around with a knife at a track meet? That aspect.
Yeah, that is ridiculous, dude. That is absolutely ridiculous. 100%.
But I have to say, it tugs at me a little bit. I find it a mystery.
And the defense, Jessica, didn't really seem to do that great a job.
No.
They didn't even call anybody.
No. And then, I mean, to your point, which you already brought up of the character witnesses, where he just had his mother, and for like 10 minutes, he had a fully intact family with a dad who's out there advocating for him in press conferences, doing interviews. Like, why didn't we at least hear from both of his parents? He was a good kid, part of this team, you know, friends from school, his employer, right? He shows up all the time, you know, on time for work, treats people with respect, you know, the usual stuff that you would expect, especially when someone is looking at potentially spending 35 years behind bars. I was curious as well about whether there was a plea offer of manslaughter involved in this, where I think you said the maximum would be 20 years, and then maybe he's getting out in 10 to 12 years with good behavior, and then he still has his life ahead of him, right? He's going to be in his early 30s. The jury selection question will definitely be the linchpin of where this goes. If we find out, and people are saying it was an all-white jury, it wasn't an all-white jury. There were Asian people and...
Oh my God! So Trump's birthday is, my boy Trump is his birthday is on Sunday, and there's going to be a huge protest at the Coos Bay Boardwalk. TJ told me this earlier, but I always like to take a peek at Sal's low IQ Coos Bay area page. Hell yeah, dude! Dude, I need to do a Donald Trump birthday stream, dude. Sunday. At the boardwalk. Celebrate my boy, dude. I might even bring my MAGA hat. I'll probably bring my MAGA hat, most likely.
Latino people on the jury. But if they find that there was someone who is either an educator or in a profession akin to an educator that didn't get pushed off the jury, to then make sure that there were no black people on the jury, obviously that could take us down a different path. I'm also curious about the videos. We've heard about the one that allegedly showed, because we haven't seen any of this, that you know, Carmelo Anthony was really the instigator, that he wasn't surrounded. There's also an eyewitness who has been talking about a video circulating on the internet that he saw that Carmelo Anthony was surrounded. Yeah. And so...
Be sure to like...
That's crazy, man. That's crazy, man. Holy crap. Karina S. says Trump's birthday is always on Flag Day, I think. Hell yeah, dude. That's freaking tight. Hell yeah. I love it, bro. I love it. I'm excited. I'm hella excited.
Like and subscribe for all...
Let's go. Oh, Jesse Waters makes me wet. Let's go, dude.
Fox News alert, Trump just called off strikes in Iran at the last second and has announced all parties have agreed to final points of a deal.
They finally got a deal done, dude. The deal has been made. They just got to sign the papers, dude. The deal's been agreed to. Everything's good.
We just made a great settlement of the war with Iran, and we're going to be subject to finalization of documents. We should get done over the next few days.
Double tap the screen if you guys are excited. If you guys are as excited as I am, double tap your screen, bro.
Probably have a signing maybe in Europe.
Trump told the Post the deal is pretty much wrapped up, and top brass in Iran have approved a draft agreement. The terms extend the ceasefire, immediately reopen the strait, and in 60 days, Iran has to downgrade their uranium to 0. We don't lift the blockade until the...
Coyote 3 says, deal is made, the strait remains closed. It'll be open. I'd like to believe it'll be open here pretty soon. Wait, you're saying there's no deal? Why is there no deal? I thought there was a deal. By the way, if you guys love this, if you guys really do love this show, double tap your screen. If you guys are loving what I'm putting out here, double tap your screen if you love the show. Let's go, bro.
Uranium's vaporized, and we don't unfreeze any of their money until they behave. For weeks, we haven't heard a peep from the gay Ayatollah, but now he's coming out.
That's my boy, dude. The gay Ayatollah.
Has the Supreme Leader...
I'm coming out. I want the world to know. Got to let it show.
Approved this deal, sir?
I understand the answer is yes.
The last 2 nights have really gotten the Iranians' attention. The USS Michael Murphy launched dozens of Tomahawk missiles, hitting Iranian surveillance, communication systems, and air defenses along the southern coastline. These were the most ferocious and devastating airstrikes since we ended major combat.
Damn. That's freaking wild, man. Flippin' wild. Let's go.
Combat operations in April. Tonight was going to be even worse.
We were hitting them very hard for the last 3 days. We're going to hit them even harder tonight. They knew that. We told them exactly what we were going to do. We explained it exactly because they had
no reason to hide the plan anyway, because they can't. Iran can't defend against it. It's true.
No Navy. They had no Air Force. They had any weapons of detection. They had nothing. And so we could tell them exactly what there wasn't a thing they could have done about it.
It wasn't just these airstrikes that put the pressure on. The president warned Iran he would just keep bombing them every night until they signed, and flirted openly on Fox and Friends about seizing Karg Island. Reports say the combination of airstrikes and Trump's saber rattling really unsettled the enemy and forced them to agree to terms. And one of the most embarrassing revelations for the Iranians was Trump disclosing that the U.S. Navy has been conducting Operation Freedom in secret, finessing dozens of tankers out of the strait right under Iran's nose.
Damn.
Because without radar, satellite, and comms, the enemy's deaf, dumb, and blind.
Over the last...
I mean, that's pretty true. I mean, overall, ultimately. It's not wrong. Definitely not wrong.
Month we've been taking out ships, big ships, quietly at night. You guys didn't know that. Pretty cool, right? As a captain. He knows about more about ships than I do, but it's pretty cool. They turned off the lights. We bombed their radar and everything so they couldn't see what was going on. We took them out at night. And the strait will officially open as soon as we sign, which could be soon.
Today, CENTCOM said the strait's open for business for everyone except the Iranians.
Pimp.
CENTCOM officially declaring the United States now controls the strait. Our forces disabled another blockade runner in the Gulf of Oman. A Guinea-flagged MT Javelier was trying to transport oil from Iran until one of our aircraft fired 2 Hellfire missiles straight through her engine room. The president told Fox last night that...
Yeah, things are looking good, man. I'm tired of the pessimists out there, all the pessimists who, say this isn't looking good or say that things aren't working out the way they need to. No, they're working out the way they need to, absolutely. And there's going to be a lot of pessimism in the air. And that's just the attitudes that people have right now. It's all because they see gas a little more expensive than usual. And by the way, gas just went down. I mean, the price of oil just went down. Like, Let's look at the price of crude oil. Price of oil. Look at this. Oil is now down to $86.88 per barrel, it looks like, for crude oil. As of... Is that July? Hold on. Let me go to Google. Google usually provides more accurate results. Price of oil per barrel today. Yeah. Actually, let's just go to oilprice.com. Yeah, so WTI Brent crude is down. WTI crude is down. It's all down, man. Oil is down across the board. But hey, things are looking good, man. Things are looking good. If you guys think that things are looking brighten up, double tap your screen if you think that things are looking good. If you think Trump's the man, double tap your screen. If you think that the war in Iran's pretty much done, double tap your screen.
That the mullahs called him, begging him to stop the strikes.
They've taken a pounding like very few people could take.
They've taken a pounding like very few people could take. No homo. No, that was a very zesty statement by my boy Trump. But Uranium says pessimism is baked in our DNA, plus social media selects the metrics like watch time and engagement, fear mongering and rage baiting do those very well. Yeah, no, honestly, I'm being me. You know, I hate it when people accuse me of R-baiting. I don't do that. I'm not baiting anybody. Look, here's the thing. I'm a very opinionated young man, all right? I got my opinions. Are they good? Are they bad? Sure, people can judge me based on my opinions. Absolutely. But at the same time, my opinions are not that crazy. My opinions are pretty basic, and a lot of people have my opinions. And even if they didn't have my opinions, I have a right to have them, even if they're a little crazy. Hannibal, do you watch Rachel Maddow every night? I bet Hannibal watches... Dude, Hannibal, do you watch Rachel Maddow every night? I bet you do, dude. I bet you're watching Rachel Maddow every single frickin' night, dude. I would not be shocked.
And they want to make the deal a lot more than I do. And we could have had it done the other way, I guess, but it would have taken longer.
If Iran didn't shoot down that Apache helicopter, this might have drug out a lot longer. But ultimately, Iran shooting down that Apache helicopter it looks like got the wheels in motion.
Laugh out loud.
To make things happen. You know what I mean? Hey, everybody give a shout out to my boy. Everybody give a shout out to Extreme Peanut 69 for sending a gold coin for 10 joules. Look, if you guys want to help the stream in any way you can, please tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. Once again, tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. And when you tap it, select a gift. Whatever gift you want. Whatever gift sounds appealing to you. The more gifts, the better. It does help the channel grow.
They got hit very hard recently, as you know. And I don't like to have to do things that way, but I felt it was necessary. It's a great deal for the United States and for the Middle East.
Trump's been waiting at the negotiating table for 2 whole weeks.
That's a long time to wait. Admittedly. True. Very true.
And now we're finally inches away from a deal. JD, he could be signing a memorandum of understanding in Europe this weekend. You know, Trump's got to be at the UFC fight.
Oh, so they're actually going to sign so they're going to sign it in Europe this weekend. That's crazy. Oh, that's right. They're having the the UFC fight on the White House lawn. That's crazy, dude. Crazy.
Fight.
Has Iran committed to not pursuing a nuclear weapon, or will there be more negotiations on that down the
They will
line?
not have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that. There will be no, which is the whole reason, which is a big part of the reason.
Is that
maybe
going
the
to be in your
biggest.
agreement, sir?
They will not only not have, they will not purchase, develop in any way, any shape, in any way, shape, or form a nuclear weapon. They will not have a nuclear weapon.
But we have been down this road before. It's not over till it's over. Until we witness the dust being destroyed, anything can happen. But this time does feel different. Felt different for the market, too. Dow shot up 900 points. Oil fell into the 80s. And
It's a lot of points, man. It's a lot of points.
administration sources tell Primetime this looks like it's it. Remember, the president's aiming for a great deal or no deal. And wouldn't it be nice if we could get one this weekend on the president's birthday?
What do you wish yourself?
I got to admit, that would be pretty pimp. But a part of me doubts it's going to happen.
For your birthday.
For my birthday. Well, I'll go a step bigger. Peace for the world, okay? Peace for the world. Middle East, yes. Peace for the whole world. Yeah.
Be sure to like and
Trump's the man. That's all I got to say, bro. That's all I got to say.
subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube.
Yeah, Trump Dog's the man, dude. He's kicking butt. He's killing it, man. He's killing it. Hey, if you guys can, though, tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. It does help the channel grow. Also, you get instant recognition. So the more gifts we get, the better. It does help the channel in more ways than one. So tap the gift button below and make us feel good about ourselves. Somehow, some way. Oh, user over. How's the Trump-hating Democrats this evening? Oh, dude. They're in full swing, dude. The Trump-hating Democrats are in full swing. President Trump warned about this. Let's take a listen.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Ingraham. This is the Ingraham Angle. Thank you, as always, for spending some time with us. Well, after U.S. military strikes pummeled Iranian targets last night, whatever constitutes the regime at first tried to sound quite defiant. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian saying it's impossible for a nation to surrender to air power and bombs, and that Iran wouldn't give in to any force. In other words, they were still jerking us around in negotiations.
Yeah, and now Trump was like, you know what? Fine. We're going to show you just how powerful we really are.
Now, in response to that, President Trump warned that tonight they would be suffering crippling blows.
My preference has always been take Carg Island. A long time ago, I said my preference would be that.
Honestly, taking Carg Island wouldn't be a bad idea. Might be one of the smartest ideas, actually, in my opinion. What do you guys think? Take Carg Island or what? What are you guys feeling?
I don't know that America has the stomach for it, to be honest with you. You're going to make a fortune, but I don't
Laugh out loud.
So this is happening. Nitro Circus is doing motocross air show at the White House. Clapping hands emoji. Clapping hands emoji.
Hey, thank you, Mandy. I appreciate the super chat very much. So Mandy is saying, so this is happening. Nitro Circus is doing motocross air show at the White House. That sounds so freaking cool. I am all on board. Thank you for the super, Miss Mandy. We're just going to put Mandy. I appreciate the super chat very much. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Well, it looks like it's in like Australian dollars or something, so it converts to about roughly $3.52 US, but I appreciate it either way. That's awesome. Alongside the UFC, exactly, Mandy. Truth is, and I got to put that super chat up on the board real quick. Hold on. Actually, you know what? I'm going to play that super chat one more time. I'm going to put the super chat up on the center of the screen so everybody could hear it and see it.
Laugh out loud. So this is happening. Nitro Circus is doing motocross air show at the White House. Clapping hands emoji. Clapping hands emoji.
That is pretty pimp, huh? I'm excited about it, man. I'm excited. I think it's cool.
Know that America has the stomach. I think they'd like to see us come home.
Well, that threat seemed to land. Supposedly a breakthrough happened in talks. Iran changed its tune, and Trump called off the strikes.
Well, yeah, the reason they changed its tune is because they realized that the U.S. was going to put decisive blow after decisive blow every single time, and it was getting to a point where they obviously couldn't handle it militarily. It was just making things worse, man.
We just made a great settlement of the war with Iran, and we're going to be subject to finalization of documents. The Strait will officially open as soon as we sign, which could be soon, very soon, maybe over the weekend. In Europe, I won't be able to be there, but JD will be there.
Well, we sure hope so. We sure hope for progress. Now, forgive us for being a little skeptical, but we are all praying.
Yeah, when it comes to Iran, I'm nothing but skeptical. I just don't trust Iran. I don't think a lot of people do. It's kind of tough to trust Iran at this point, you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand how people can. Like, I'm hoping that this deal finally gets done, because if the deal doesn't get done, Trump is going right back to military action. So the deal has to get done somehow, some way.
That they reach the best deal possible, one that achieves the goals that Trump laid out, eliminating the threat, nuclear threat, opening the Gulf, finishing this once and for all. And for those who think the president doesn't take the costs of conflicts seriously, you're wrong.
No, he does. He does take it seriously. He's a bit of a trash talker, but he does take it seriously. That's the one thing I like about T-Dog.
He does.
Oh, you guys, don't forget to tap the gift button and send a gift. It really does help the channel in a lot of ways, and your name gets shown at the center of the screen. So if you tap the gift button and send a gift, your name gets shown up right here. And super chats are cool too.
It's not just the political fallout, it's the suffering of the Iranian people. He referenced what, an attack on, water facilities would do. It would cause enormous.
Oh, yeah, we have Gail Money, please do not, says, and I quote, please do not forget the people of Iran. 40,000 young Iranians were killed. Yes, there were. It was disturbing what the Iranian government did to their own citizens. They killed citizens who were protesting, by the way. They killed their own citizens. It was messed up, dude. Messed up.
Enormous pain for the Iranian people. So let's call this situation a rock and a hard place. The on-again, off-again 9-week ceasefire pushed the Wall Street Journal today to issue a blistering editorial. Mr. Trump has hoped for Iranian concessions, but he abandoned much of his leverage by showing he wouldn't countenance a return to war. Iran's regime has taken advantage. The president's choice now is to alter the facts on the ground or leave the conflict in a worse position than Mr. Bush did in Iraq. Well, and yesterday, Trump seemed to acknowledge himself the cat and mouse thing hasn't worked out.
We were really close to a deal, but they keep tapping us along. They keep playing us for suckers because, you know what? They dealt with some very stupid presidents.
Well, if Iran doubles back now, which is...
Was he talking about my boy Biden?
their entire MO, President Trump will have no choice but to end this once and for all.
Yes.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
No, it needs to end at some point, though, dude. It's got to end at some point. And I think Trump did the right thing by just saying, you know what? We're just going to go ham, dude. We're going to go all ham. We're going to go cray-cray. He did the right move. He made the right move, dude. Whether you guys realize it or not, Trump made the right move. And if you guys agree with me, double tap the screen. If you guys agree with Zaddy, double tap your screen. Double tap your screen. Oh, what's my boy Kevin O'Leary saying?
SpaceX is set to debut on public markets tomorrow. It's going to be the single biggest IPO in history. And you know you're onto something when you've ruffled Elizabeth Warren's feathers. She's looking to sabotage it. Warren has sent a letter to the SEC requesting it delay the company's initial public offering. Warren says she has questions surrounding corporate governance and potential national security issues. Now, despite Warren's objections, demand for SpaceX continues to lift off, and investors already know exactly what they are buying with Elon Musk. And that is true to a certain extent. But I just want to give you a little more context on what her argument is. Three principal concerns here. Concerns about target valuation. She's saying it's unsupported by the financials. Then she brings up the corporate governance, says the power is concentrated with Elon Musk, and that a major stock index providers have altered their rules in ways that could compel passive investors to buy SpaceX stock with no say in the matter. Kevin, what do you make of what she's laying out? Plus, what's really happening?
Yeah, so what's really happening is if you do read the prospectus, you will realize you're buying a telco, because the only cash flow, as I like to call it, is coming from Starlink. Everything else is the future. Now, if you're going to bet on the future with anybody...
Yeah, I was going to say, here's the problem with SpaceX that I have is I think it's going to be fabulous. I think it's going to be a great company, but I think the stock is going to be extremely overvalued. I really do believe that the price per share for SpaceX is going to be astronomically overvalued. I may love Elon. I think he's the man. But this is going to be an extremely, extremely overvalued company. And I wouldn't trust it with a 10-foot pole. I'm not going to bet against it, but I'm not going to buy into it.
On Earth right now, it's got to be Elon Musk. So what she's complaining about is the massive distance between...
Oh, we got my boy Cowboy James. What's going on? Cowboy James said hi. What up, Mr. Cowboy James? We got Mama saying hi. Hello. We got all sorts of people saying hi. Jim says Democrats are Islamist, Marxist, compromised. Yeah, I think when you believe that communism's a good idea and you want to have power over me, I think that's scary, because most communists and socialists tend to have very authoritarian personalities, and it is a personality trait I've noticed in a lot of hardcore collectivists. And yeah, I don't trust collectivism at all. Period. End of story. Do you guys want to see me? I gotta take a quick break. Do you guys want to watch me mop my floor? I'm just gonna be using Swiffer Picker Upper. That's all I'm gonna be using. All right, you know what? All right, you guys are ready to witness a fantasy of yours. I know it's a fantasy of everybody's. Okay. All right, what's going on, everybody? All right, how's everybody doing? So, ET, I didn't make a mess on the floor. Garza looks like a substitute teacher. I do got substitute teacher vibes, straight up. Thank you, Hannibal. I appreciate it, Brony. My brony bros, dude. I'm built like a pear. That's true. Hey, we're at 10,790 subs. Let's go. We got a lot of likes. Got a lot of simp subscribers. All right, let's go, dude. Let's see what my boy Kevin O'Leary has to say. He's kind of a dunce sometimes, but he's fascinating for sure. Let's go.
Between the telco valuation of cash flows from Starlink versus everything else, which is losing money, everything, and so she's basically saying it's too big a disconnect, and I've got to stop.
Oh, 13G Mom said hi, hello 13G Mom, how you doing? My brony bro.
This IPO. Now, thank you very much for that information, but everybody can read the prospectus.
Yeah.
So it's not that hard to get there. I love Elizabeth Warren for taking the moment and turning it into a 15-second social media soundbite for fundraising. She is the very best at it. Every politician should understand there's a magic moment when you say to everybody, stop, let me talk about this, and then watch my social media. She's a genius on that stuff. She caught the whole world with this thing. It's fantastic. Yeah. Now, does it have merit? I don't think so, but everybody can.
Pretty much a lot of the stuff that Elizabeth Warren says, in my opinion, has zero merit. She's ridiculous, man. She is so frustrating.
Read the prospectus, and they will. Demand's insatiable for this stuff.
Taylor, you're excited about it? You've
So
been excited.
I have. Okay, so I spoke with Oswath Damodaran, Dean of Valuation, we call him, NYU Stern Business School, and he says he likes this thing more at 1.3 trillion. He doesn't love it at 1.8. If it goes to 1.3, he'll be starting to think about it. So that's sort of that's his valuation on what he's thought about this. I got chills this morning. I was watching Elon Musk's interview back in like 2006 and then 2008. 2006 when they asked if he needed to raise outside capital, and he said, we'd love to, but I'm also willing to fund this thing myself. And then 2008 when that thing almost went bankrupt. And then thankfully that third rocket took off, and now he is who he is. That was 20 years ago. This has been 20 years of a dream and a vision, literally blood, sweat, and tears in the making. And I think that's why I'm excited, because this is such an American success story. Whether we like the 1.8 trillion valuation or not, I'm with Kevin. Read the prospectus, decide for yourself based on your own risk tolerance. But it's like underneath that is what gets me. Here's some fun chart of the day. Oh, you know, we had a chart of the day, but it wasn't pretty for TV, so I'm going to put it out on social, Brian.
That's never stopped you before.
I know, but this time they said it wasn't really pretty enough for you.
That means it was really bad.
Really bad.
Now I want to see it.
But I'll verbalize it. Basically, Vanda Research, which tracks retail traders, showed that some of the big declines that we've seen has not been met by the dip buying. So retail investors have been selling, and the net cash to work, negative. They're speculating retail's holding their cash to put to work on Friday. This is one of the very few times that we have not seen retail investors come back in and dip.
Oh, that's right. SpaceX is going public tomorrow. I could care. Look, I love Elon Musk. I really do. But SpaceX IPO is good. Oh my God, SpaceX sets its IPO price at $135 per share. Is that what I'm hearing? Oh, geez. Hold on, let's keep going.
Dip buy in the last couple weeks. Again, their research saying they're holding off and waiting for this thing on Friday. So again, just more fun food for
But
thought.
before that, you raise a really
I will say, I mean, I've been dip buying anything I can. Mainly I've been primarily dip buying silver, not financial advice by any means. But the reason I love dip buying silver is because, well, silver is just an incredible commodity. You know. Let me see here. Give me a second. Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe that'll work. Hold on. I'm testing out a theory that I have. It's a crazy theory. And it worked. Okay. Cool. Let's do it. Let's get to it, do it. All right, let's roll.
interesting point, because it turns out it's not just the venture capitalists out there that are looking to sort of rake it in from this IPO, but you've got 4,000 company employees that are set to become multimillionaires off this. We are not just talking about, you know, staffers, engineers, scientists. Reports that even some cafeteria staff took equity.
Nate Dogg is asking, how many fractional shares are you buying of SpaceX? That's a good question, brother. Before I answer that, Not Lot says buying silver is a smart move. Yeah, I've been buying silver as it dips, but I've been gradually buying the silver downswing. So it's been pretty fun though. I love buying silver on the dip though. It's pretty much how I operate, and it shot up today. Silver shot up today, and I was able to make a pretty good amount of profit just from silver going up like a bandit. Nate Dogg is saying, how many fractional shares are you buying of SpaceX? So to answer that question, you know what? To be honest, because I don't know what's going to happen with this IPO. You know what I mean? Nate Dogg says, weird that the news is glazing it. Smells like a pump. Well, here's the thing. Every retail investor with a couple bucks is going to try to get in on this IPO. So the question I should be asking myself is this. Should I buy a share and then sell it during the day? I don't think you can actually do that with IPOs. I think once you buy a share, one share or more, I think you have to hold on to it for a specific amount of time. So I don't think I'd be able to immediately sell it on IPO day, unfortunately. But yeah, it's just too risky. This is the thing about IPOs, that I'm not a fan of IPOs in general. But one of the main reasons I'm not a fan of IPOs is just because of how overvalued the company is on initial offering. And sometimes the valuations get a little crazy, a little too crazy, unless it's a company that I truly, truly, truly believe in. Like SpaceX, admittedly, I think SpaceX is a fabulous company. I think Elon Musk is a fabulous human being. But at the same time, I don't know if I want to put a lot of my money into SpaceX. Nate Dogg says, I think you're locked in for a month or two. See, that's the thing. Now that there's no day trading limitations, I've been having so much fun. There's like no day trading limitations for any margin accounts anymore. Like, it's amazing. So I've been having a blast That's not financial advice, and I don't even know how accurate that financial information is at the end of the day, but there's no pattern trading flags anymore, so you could basically trade to your heart's desire almost. There are limits. But for the most part, if you buy something during the day and it shoots up after you buy it, you have the right and the ability to sell it at a higher price. So I've been actually day trading silver. Oddly enough, I've been I'm still swing trading ultimately, but I've been able to day trade silver when it goes up. Granted, I've just been buying the dip and buying the dip and buying the dip and buying it even more. But yeah, no, I'm having a good time with it. I really, really, really enjoy buying the dip on silver. I truly do. I think it's amazing.
Instead of bigger paychecks at one point. So this turns into something that really is truly a family affair.
Now I know why Elizabeth Warren doesn't like it. Because you've got all these people with financial independence and they don't have to rely on her anymore. By the way, she's okay with the fundamentals on Graham Plattner, but
right.
She's not okay with the fundamentals on SpaceX?
I guess so.
I don't know about that.
Wait, Elizabeth Warren's... Oh, I didn't know she was okay with Graham Plattner, dude. That guy's a creep. That guy's a certified creep, dude. Trump's all right. But Plattner's a creep.
I love millionaires.
Oh, by the way, Realty Income is listed on their ticker. Hell yeah, dude. $62.20. Dude, Realty Income is my favorite REIT. Overall, it's a little overvalued at the moment, but if there is one REIT that I would buy the dip on, just out of habit alone, definitely would be Realty Income. I am a huge Realty Income fan. It's one of my favorite real estate investment trusts overall. It's the best. But I am excited for silver because silver really went on a rally today. And I was able to really, truly capitalize on the silver gains today. Yeah, you guys will have to forgive me. I'm kind of losing my voice a little bit. I may have to drink a little bit of water just to feel like I'm catching up with myself. Zaneasley says I like his tats. The tattoos make me like Plattner even more. Zaneasley, you're a character, bro. You're a true character, man. I love you, bro. Amazing.
Capitals.
Laugh out loud. Oh, Zaneasley just sent a happy poop yum yum, dude. Oh my god. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop. Happy poop. Hey, if you guys want, man, send me a happy poop yum yum. Send me a happy poop yum yum. Yeah, give me a second. I'm actually doing a little bit of research on the Chat GPT. There's a question I have to ask the GPT. Now, Not Lots 2 is saying, Garza, within 5 to 10 years, depending on America's downfall, the world will stop using the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. Buying raw minerals like silver and gold is a smart economic move. I do agree. I believe that the dollar's reign as the reserve currency is at a standstill. I do believe that because the dollar, it seems like the world's reserve currency tends to change every 100 years, it seems. And I think America is at the end of the road as the world's reserve currency. So if that does happen, holding on to gold and silver is a smart move. Give me another moment. Let's see. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop. Dude, happy poop is my favorite gift, though. I can't help it, you guys. Why is happy poop? Why is the happy poop yum yum my favorite gift? Can somebody please explain that to me? Okay, so...
No idea. This seems like an overvalued thing. It makes me a little bit nervous. But it's an adventure, right? Capitalism is an adventure. You don't know what the future holds.
That's true. Now, that is kind of what... that is one of the things I like about swing trading silver and also owning a ton of international and U.S. ETFs. Index ETFs, I might add. And the reason I love holding on to these is, one, is it gives me massive diversification across not only the U.S., but it gives me diversification across the entire world. So one of the big reasons I enjoy holding on to the reason I enjoy holding on to international companies, or I should say international ETFs, is because it gives me exposure to emerging markets. And those emerging markets, man, you can make fat returns on emerging markets, and people don't realize this. This is why I always say, dude, international ETFs, international index ETFs specifically, are my favorite ETFs to like pile on in my portfolio, just because, one, they go up pretty quickly. Two, it's diversification across the globe. And three, I got like tons of U.S. stocks already. I'm pretty well diversified in U.S. REITs and in also just U.S. banks and other random companies. I'm pretty good. I also do have a lot of U.S. based U.S. index ETFs as well that expose me to pretty much every part of the U.S. economy. So I'm spread out, dude. At the end of the day, I'm extremely spread out. I got dividend stocks, I got BDCs, and I got master limited partnership exposure through an ETF, which indexes them, which is pretty dope. I have a couple ETFs that give me exposure to master limited partnerships. But yeah, at the end of the day, it ends up being a winning formula. Winning, man. All day long.
Try something big. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But my gosh.
But really, the goal is to stay diversified. One of the reasons I love diversification is it's just a smart move. It's just a very smart move. One of the things is you don't want to be, I honestly think that you shouldn't be overly concentrated into one specific position. I think if you're over concentrated in one position in your portfolio, that's a bad thing. If you have like 20 positions, I still think that's limited. I think it's diversified, but it's a limited version of diversification, in my opinion. Just as a heads up.
If we're not a country that can try adventures, we are going nowhere fast. And I would argue on planet Earth, we are maybe the last country, the best hope for the great adventures that can change humanity. Jackie.
Your thoughts?
It has more than just telco revenue, because as we were talking...
Here's the thing. As long as we don't believe in stupid-ass ideas like communism and socialism, and we don't become a third world country, the world can get better. The world will get better as long as America is strong. The stronger America is, the better the world is. It's just as simple as that. Look at most communist countries. Actually, look at all the communist countries. They all suck. Look at America. It's an individualist country. In 250 fucking years, America went from this to this. Boom. I mean, America, honestly, the United States of America is one of the greatest success stories ever written. Not ever written. Ever made.
About.
I meant profits, cash flow.
You said revenue.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Come on, Kevin.
So SpaceX.
Let me clarify.
Up a little bit.
SpaceX has taken, and like it or not, SpaceX has, and we talked about it, has leased out GPUs to both Anthropic and Google, even though Google doesn't use it, and create.
Oh, SpaceX actually makes GPUs? What? So wait, you're telling me that SpaceX is leasing out GPUs to other companies? That's fucking tight, dude. It's tight as hell.
Created its own chips and assets. It doesn't even use GPUs, but it is. And that is, and this is kind of, I don't want to say odd, but rather than just, creating their own frontier models, they're just leasing out the AI capacity that they've built. It's like if you're a cell phone company and you're leasing spectrum and actually not building out a cell phone business. But combined, it's $26 billion in annualized contracted revenue. So annualized for a company that did $18.7 billion in total revenue for all of 2025. So with those contracts, they topped their annual revenue for last year.
Yeah, the cash is coming from Starlink. That's where it's coming from. You're right. In the last 60 days, they added those two things. But we all agree that's what you're buying in this deal. You're buying the future.
Well, I will admit that is tempting. Okay, so it is tempting to buy SpaceX on its IPO, and I'll tell you why it's a little bit tempting. Not financial advice by any means. Do your own due diligence. Talk to a financial advisor. But my opinion, my uneducated opinion, is that I wouldn't mind investing into SpaceX because of Starlink. I think Starlink has been extremely successful. Starlink has been incredibly successful at that. No, I love everything about it. I really do. I love Starlink. I think it's great. And to those of you who don't like Starlink, Daddy Musk is going to get really, really upset with you. Daddy Elon's going to get real pissed. Just kidding. Ooh, hold on. Give me just a second, you guys. I just came up with something. All right, let's do this, dude. Just take those old records off the shelf. And I sit and listen to them by myself. Today's music ain't got the same soul. Still like that old time of rock and roll. But yeah, no, I'm very tempted to buy the SpaceX IPO. Only because of the fact that Starlink is owned by that company. And the fact that Starlink is owned by SpaceX makes me want to invest in SpaceX and get a little bit of a piece of the future, but I'm pretty sure I'd only buy one share. I don't even think you could buy fractional shares on an IPO as far as I know. I mean, if you can, that's fabulous, but I think I might take a chance and I might get into the SpaceX IPO, but I do have a feeling that the IPO is going to be a little too overvalued in my opinion. But we'll see. We shall see. So the broadcast is about our boy Daddy Trump. We love Trump. Trump's pretty confident, man. My boy, dude. My boy's confident.
Laugh out loud.
Hey, Hazika Wallace, thank you so much for sending the happy poop, my man. I love you, brother. You's a beast. Everybody give a shout out to our boy, Hazika Wallace. 4-3. U.S. shoots down 2 Iranian one-way attack drones, according to official reports. Let's take a listen.
Welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Breaking news coming from Fox News' Jennifer Griffin. She is saying that Iran fired several drones tonight at commercial vessels.
Well, of course they did, because Iran's a piece of shit.
Attempting to transit the Strait.
I should say the Iranian government's a piece of shit.
Of Hormuz. She says she got this on background from a senior U.S. defense official. It says, quote, "It appears Iran has attempted."
Also, the Iranian military's super terrible.
To strike commercial ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz tonight. U.S. forces shot down 2 Iranian one-way attack drones. Traffic flow through the strait continues. We've been talking about the Strait of Hormuz all day today. There's been a little bit of a whiplash effect going on. President Trump announcing that it was possible that we were going to see some military escalation in the immediate future, but then stepping back from that and saying that they are not going to hit Iran hard tonight because there's been some progress made on a peace deal. So I want to get to all of the headlines coming out of the Middle East and more with Professor Alon Burstein. And Alon,
how much do you want to bet that once the peace deal is signed, once the peace treaty is signed, how much do you want to bet Iran's going to do some douchebag maneuvers? Like they're going to be douchey? The Iranian government's douchey, dude. They are so effing douchey. I am so sick of the Iranian government. Straight up.
Let's start with the breaking news. Jennifer Griffin is saying that this is happening as you and I come on air. So let's just put this in the context of, let's just put this in the necessary context if we can, because people can read these headlines and quickly surmise, well, does this mean that something major has happened in the Middle East? Does this have implications on the ceasefire or on the negotiations for a ceasefire extension? What's the significance of Iran firing several drones at commercial vessels, according to Jen Griffin?
Thank you for having me, Austin. Yeah. There's several ways to understand this recent development in light of what has happened throughout the entire day. First of all, to put things into perspective of where we are talking about. You know, if we look at the map that's behind me, this is Iran, this is Tehran, Isfahan. Those are some of the main cities. And really the Strait of Hormuz is this choke point over here. This is Karg Island, and this is the Persian or Arab Gulf, depends who you ask. And this is the Strait of Hormuz. And really where all of this is happening, and specifically where these attacks are happening now, is really in this area over here. It's right around this choke point right here, where Iran controls this entire coastline, and it is extremely, extremely difficult for the United States to...
How come the U.S., and you'll have to forgive me for my feeble mind, but how come the U.S. doesn't just, like, bomb the coast of Iran? Straight up. You know what I mean? I mean, that's what I would do. I mean, there's plenty of aircraft that we could utilize. You know what I mean? I think we're losing our minds. We're losing our damn minds.
Actually secure the strait, much as Trump repeatedly says that Iran's military is wiped out, which I remind everyone, he also said that the military was not even attacked several weeks ago, but that the military is wiped out, that the Navy is wiped out, and the Air Force is wiped out. This, what we saw tonight, which by the way has been confirmed by Iran also, is an absolute classic example of why this has been so hard for the United States, because it doesn't matter how many destroyers you put along here. It doesn't matter how many naval vessels of the United States you put along here. All it takes is firing 1 or 2 drones. They are fired from deep inland. They're fired from areas protected by mountain ridges over here, and they are enough to cripple or damage a commercial vessel. At that point, commercial vessels will stop going through. Insurance companies will stop allowing them to go through. And that's why, no matter how much superiority the United States military really does have with regards to Iran, nonetheless, it is not possible to secure these straits against any and all attacks. So that's the first thing to take away from that, is really that disparity between the might.
Yeah, Iran and Saudi Arabia are both bad countries. They're terrible countries, dude. I can't stand that we're so close with Saudi Arabia. I hate Saudi Arabia so much. And I think it's also, I'm not going to pick which devil I can't stand, but I will say this. The war in Iran has been completely justified so far. And that's the way I look at it, because Iran's been the #1 state sponsor of terror for like 50 years. They've killed their own citizens more times. I mean, like, they've killed like 40,000 of their own citizens just for protesting the existing regime. That's another, I don't understand why people are defending the Iranian government when they have done so many terrible things. That's like the one thing that doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, no. Trump's the man. Straight up. No, I think it's been completely justified. Well, maybe not 40,000 exactly, but they've killed a lot of their own citizens, allegedly. Now, why am I saying allegedly? Iran's been terrible.
Of the United States, and as you're showing on the map, the amount of weaponry the United States has there versus the fact that Iran can still demonstrate, yes, but we can still carry out this attack, which is what they wanted to do now. So that's one facet of it. Another facet of it,
I don't know if it's 4,000 or 40,000. I might have got the numbers a little bit wrong, but still, the Iranian government's killing their own citizens for protesting the existing regime. They're the #1 state sponsor of terror, and to top it off, they were developing a nuclear weapon. They were enriching uranium to near weapons grade levels. That's pretty damn close. It's close enough for me to be like, yeah, they're trying to make nuclear weapons. Hazika Wallace says the Islamic Republic has killed over 1,000 Americans since 1979. Either way, the Iranian government, and then Iran, to top it off, their government intentionally shut off the internet so that way the citizens could not expose the terrible atrocities that their government were doing behind the scenes. Sorry, I had to pick my nose a little bit. But yeah, so there's a lot of terrible atrocities behind the scenes that were being done.
As this again really illustrates the disparity and difference between the way things are being presented in the United States and the way they're being presented and read and sent back in Iran. The United States, over the last 48 hours, has both said that it's going to escalate, carry out attacks, take over Kharg Island, continuing attacking Iranian interests, also sent messages that it does not want to full escalate.
Yeah, this blockade's crazy, dude. Look how many different ships there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's like 20. Damn, like 20 ships. It's like 20 ships blockading the Strait of Hormuz, dude. That blockade's huge, by the way. That blockade's insane.
With Iran, and then all of a sudden,
Small
Trump
Wiener
comes back,
gang.
according to
Hey, thank you so much, CRT, for subscribing to the channel. Everybody give a shout out to CRT, everybody. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, my brony bros. We're at 10,792 subs. Once again, we're at 10,792 subscribers. If you guys want to be the 10,800th subscriber, tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. it does help the channel grow in more ways than one. So let's keep going, dude. Tap that subscribe button.
NBC 3 hours before the next attack was supposed to come and says, actually, we've reached a deal. In Iran, the reports are different. In Iran, first and foremost, it's been said by the official state media that no deal has been agreed to. The United States is trying to capitulate and come back to what Iran initially demanded. And then the Faris news site, which is one of the news sites associated with the Revolutionary Guards, issued a statement several hours ago saying, just FYI, just clarifying, do not go through the Strait of Hormuz. We haven't reached a deal yet. It's not open. And shortly before, I was looking at this when these initial reports came out, shortly before they came out,
Hazika says he wants the gold. That's why I pick the nose, dude. That's why I pick my nose live on air, dude. I have no shame. I pick my nose live on air. No problem.
there was a statement that was put out. Sorry, I'm going to read off the phone here. Sure. A statement that was put out by the Tasnim news agency. It's another one that's associated with the Revolutionary Guards that says, and there's a rough translation, the draft of the agreement has yet to be approved by the Iranian authorities. According to what we know, the United States has given up all of its demands. I mean, obviously, a lot of propaganda statement about how the United States has failed. But then saying...
I love all these stupid publications, these low IQ Democratic-run publications saying that Trump has failed. Trump has failed. No, dude, Trump has succeeded in more ways than you could ever imagine. I know that's tough I know it's tough for people to wrap their heads around, but Trump is succeeding. My boy is succeeding.
Iran has not accepted any of the last changes, and the text is still being examined. Until then, you have to be careful in understanding what Trump is saying. So what Iran is putting out there is, until it's a signed, done deal, it's not done. And so as far as Iran's concerned, they impose a blockade on Hormuz. That's still going on. This is not meant as anything else than business as usual, so to speak. So there's the military side of understanding this and the diplomatic side both coming together.
So many of us here in the States, we woke up and we read that President Trump had said, quote, Iran would be hit very hard tonight. He said that on social media, and then the president said the strikes were canceled because the U.S. and Iran made progress on talks.
It's great that they made progress. Like, it really is good, because we've been needing to make some form of progress at some point, and it's gotten to a point. Progress must be made. It's gotta.
Shortly after that, I was looking at reporting from Axios and from Barak Ravid. As he says here, it's interesting.
Well, yeah, we live in a world where people's attention spans are extremely low, mainly because they're spending so much time on things like TikTok and social media. And I try to stay off those things because, man, my attention span feels like it's already shot a little bit, so it's a little tough sometimes. But I love it, man. I love it.
That the president made the announcement and again had this kind of sharp reversal, because Ravid says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu did not have advanced notice and was caught by surprise when Trump released his statement. Alone, how much space is there between what Trump wants and what Netanyahu wants out of this deal?
I think that was
who the hell knows
really revealed last week. We saw already the distance between the two of them when it came to characterizing the war. About 2 weeks in, at the beginning, the United States and Israel were speaking in a very, very similar language. But about 2 weeks in, Israel was pushing more towards words like regime change, words like continue until things are toppled. The United States was talking more in terms of imposing a better deal, which is something Israel did not want. We also have to factor in the differences when it comes to in both countries. We have elections in October, November, and in Israel, Netanyahu is positioning himself as someone who's going to carry out a successful war, whereas in the United States, Trump is positioning himself as someone who is going to carry out a successful peace. So that is another big difference.
Yeah, and I think here's the thing. I think that Trump and Netanyahu are not on the same page. Netanyahu wants to wipe out Iran. Trump wants to see a peace deal happen. I don't like the fact that we're in bed with Israel. I'm not a big fan of Netanyahu at all. To be honest, I often wonder if it's even worth being allies with Israel. I question it. I question it quite a bit. I don't know what the right answer ultimately is, but I question it. Yeah, look I make content for social media. I don't consume social media. That's the difference between me and you, Poet King. I don't consume social media.
Well, then wonder
and by the way, I'm not actually dissing anybody who consumes social media. If you're consuming long form content, that's actually good for you. If you're consuming short form content, then you're screwed mentally. Rockfan3479 says Iran says there is no deal. Well, if there's ultimately no deal in Iran, then fine. Trump is just going to annihilate the rest of Iran. That's all there is to it.
Massive pressure to present a different story coming into the elections. But specifically over the last week, we saw the extent to which both countries, led by the two leaders, are seeing things differently. You know, if we go back just a week and a half, it's important to remember after close to 2 months of the ceasefire, we all of a sudden had an eruption of Iranian fire on Israel, which came as a result of Israel carrying out attacks in Beirut, in Lebanon, which came as a result of Hezbollah attacks. And Trump really limited Netanyahu's reaction. He really clipped his wings, said, do not over-escalate, do not retaliate too much. And after Israel did retaliate in Iran, said no more. More than that, I'll tell you. Just yesterday, it was reported that Israel has been sending repeated messages to the United States asking to join in the attacks that are happening in Iran, right? If we go back 24 hours, we weren't close to a deal. We had escalating attacks the United States was carrying out. Israel was asking to participate, and the United States said no. Trump was very, very cautious because he did not want Israel to take these further.
We need to stop working with Iran. If Iran doesn't come to the table, if they don't accept the deal, if they don't sign it in Europe, then guess what? Bridge and power plant day. Bridge and power plant day. Hello. Frog eat. Frog, everybody. What's up, dude? My boy Frog Eat Frog is in the house. What's going on, dude? It's my boy, dude. Everybody, that's my son. It's my son. Frog Eat Frog, everybody. What up, brony? Tim Smith says, did you see the new CoffeeZilla on Bricks and Mini? Oh, I did say that we were going to react to that. Yesterday, I said that we were going to react to it today. You know what? Hell yeah, CoffeeZilla, let's go, dude. This is how we'll end the night. Most likely, this is how we're going to end the night tonight. I love it. I found the $200,000 missing Lego.
$1,000 Lego collection went missing, causing a lot of you to ask me to find it. And after seeing the cops point guns at YouTubers, people get arrested and sued for $1.3 million, I decided enough was enough. This looks like a case for the internet detective. This time in the $10 million Legos.
Coffee mother effing Zilla, dude.
Studio. So I talked to every suspect involved. What I found shocked me.
Frog Eat Frog says, Daddy. Nice, dude. What up, Frog? Mandy says, people say he ran in peace. Dude, Trump has been saying since the 80 era, and he has been really restrained with Iran. Okay, cool. Cool. Give me 1 second, my brony bros. I'm going to experiment with something here. Subscribe. We're doing an experiment, everybody. All right, don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. We're at 10,791 subs. Let's go.
Okay, before we can find these missing Legos, let's give some background. A massive Star Wars collection was put on consignment at a Lego store called Bricks and Minifigs in Salem, Oregon. Consignment just means the owner, Brian Mansell, gave it to a store to sell, and he was supposed to get a cut when it sold. The entire time, he maintained ownership of the collection, and a social media post estimated it to be worth about $200,000. But then...
It's a lot of dough. That's a lot of Lego value.
On November 14th, 2024, everything went wrong. This was the night that Crystal and Ben Gorman, the prior franchise owners of the Salem store, got kicked out by this guy. That is...
This creep right here. By the way, Bricks and Minifigs is a creepy organization, dude. I don't trust him, dude. I do not trust him.
Brandon Best. He and his partner Josh Johnson ran a sister store in Eugene, Oregon. And Brandon...
So Tim Smith and I think Tim Smith and I need to go into business together. I think is what it boils down to. I think Tim Smith and I need to start some sort of Lego type of distribution company. We could call it, I'm trying to think what we could call it. Sketchy. We could call, well, I don't know what we would call it actually. We could call it, Tim Smith says minifigs influencer. Wait, do you guys think I should be, you know what I should do? I should start being pro Bricks and Minifigs and start going after Reckless Ben. That's what I need to do. I need to do a complete 180. I need to show that Reckless Ben is the bad guy and Bricks and Minifigs is the good guy. Okay, that's a lie. Eric Klein says boys are us. Oh my god, what the hell? Bill Desmond says, like and subscribe, please. Trump loves... Hey, dude, please like and subscribe. Absolutely. I appreciate it, Brony. I appreciate it, my Brony bro, dude. Frog Eat Frog says, LLC. Oh, my God. Frog Eat Frog, everybody. That's my boy, dude.
Drove up that night to kick the Gormans out. Brandon and Josh would be taking over the franchise in Salem. And this is the exact moment the Legos go missing. As that store is getting handed over, the question is Brian's collection in it? Here's what the official Bricks and Minifigs press release reads. Quote, after taking over the store, we discovered a small number of sets valued between $2,000 to $5,000 that could be possibly related to Mr. Mansell's collection. But there's a problem here. There should be over 10 times that amount in this store, given their internal records and what we know the estimated value of this collection was. So if corporate's saying there was only $2,000 to $5,000 in the store, something happened to these Legos. But what? In order to solve this case, let's think about the suspects. First, who was there that night of the handover? It's only 3 people. Crystal and Ben Gorman, the former franchise owners, and Brandon Best, one of the new owners. These are our 3 biggest suspects, but they aren't the only ones. I want to address a few other suspects at the very start here. First of all, maybe this is just all the result of, plain old thieves breaking in. What about that possibility?
Yeah.
Hi, I am Chris. I was the previous franchise owner who signed the collection agreement with Brian Mansell.
And I'm Benjamin Gorman. I am the silent partner who's really bad at being silent.
We did have a couple of break-ins at the store. None of Brian's collections were in the police report or stolen during those.
Okay, so the Gormans say emphatically it wasn't thieves, but if that's the case, what about the guy who was arrested? I mentioned at the beginning of this video, Reckless
Ben, dude, my hero, man. I love Reckless Ben, dude. He's so cool. Like, I'm gay for that dude.
Ben. This is the YouTuber who started it all. With a documentary, I tracked down the thief who stole $200,000 of Lego. Maybe it's the perfect crime. Make a video tracking yourself. Now, for our theory, it's worth noting Ben is currently facing a RICO lawsuit by Bricks and Minifigs. He was even targeted with a search warrant for stolen Legos.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
The owner reported overhearing conversations
Oh God, this effeminate police officer.
about possible stolen
The possible stolen. I just heard that there was possibly some stolen Legos. That's how that guy sounded a little bit. He kind of had that like. So I just want to say that there was Reckless Ben totally like stole the Legos and stuff, and he was like totally in the wrong and like OMG, dude. Like this guy, I can't believe this asshole believes the things that he's saying.
Legos.
And on top of that, Reckless Ben was
like, I love doing that impression though, by the way. It's like, I just want to let you know that like, oh my God, officer. It's Pride Month, okay? It's Pride Month. Let me be a little zesty, okay? I want to be zesty on my show for Pride Month, okay? Let me be zesty. All right, I'm a zesty man, dude.
even accused of stealing the Legos by the current franchise owner.
I stole the Legos?
What do you think of the theory that it was Reckless Ben? He stole the Legos.
It's absurd. We didn't even
Yeah, funny that Reckless Ben stealing the Legos. That's
know
funny.
Reckless Ben. He
Yeah.
had no interaction, no relation to us, no relation to the store. That doesn't hold any water.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Apologies to the genius cops in Utah who play different.
We play differently here.
But I don't believe that Reckless Ben stole the Lego, mostly because he couldn't. He just wasn't there that night, and I don't even think he knew about these Legos. But who does Ben suspect is holding the Legos since he did this whole documentary series?
The guy who runs the entire company.
Larson Christopher says, cool, sounds like gay Napoleon Dynamite. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
McNeff, he personally came out to talk to us.
So what's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No.
Is that a lie?
No.
That's a lie. You did take the Legos.
No. So we have, our attorneys have visited, like, again, so who's like
Brian Mansell.
Okay, and who is that?
He's a guy who had he had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store.
Never happened.
I love how he's just denying it outright, even though their social media pages show that Brian Mansell's collection was in their stores. It's insanity to me. Pure insanity. I mean, this guy, that's kind of how I look when I'm looking at, hey, that's kind of the look that I give Frog Eat Frog when he keeps saying that I'm pissing in the sink. So let me see if I can match that energy. Hold on. Oh man, I was trying to match this guy's energy, trying to match it, but I can't.
My name is Ammon McNeff. I am the CEO of
Ammon McNeff, the biggest chud. Is he still the CEO, by the way? Hold on. Ammon McNeff. Is Ammon McNeff still the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs? If he is, by the way, then why would he? I still think that I think Bricks and Minifigs has forever ruined, soiled, destroyed their reputation. I still can't believe that this guy is still the CEO of the company when it turns out he's so freaking fraudy. And I'm pretty disturbed at the lack of response by Lego. I'm really shocked that Lego is not responding to this. This is crazy.
The Bricks and Minifigs brand.
So my name's Matt McNeff. I'm the COO of Bricks and Minifigs.
The people you just saw are the McNeff brothers. They agreed to speak with me to try to clear their name.
Total creeps, by the way. And this is not going to clear their name. It's going to make things even worse. Eden is Burning says, you know a person is lying when their story changes every time you get more information. Justin Thompson says, arguing semantics on 80K only to lose millions in brand reputation damage is the fumble of the century. Yes.
I asked them, do they have...
Nobody believes the CEO and the CFO or whatever the hell the other guy is. We don't believe these guys. We don't believe Bricks and Minifigs. We just don't. We know they're the evil villains in this story. It's pretty fucking obvious. And so is the American Fork Police Department. Allegedly. The more you say allegedly, the safer you are. I like to make it a game.
The Legos.
What I can tell you is that we don't have it. We've never had access to them.
It seems to kind of go missing. Parts of it seem to go missing on November 14th.
Well, and I guess no, not at all. I'm going to say, like that is not accurate at all. Because
so you think that the collection was in the store at the time or elsewhere?
Elsewhere. When you look at Mansell's own words that he reiterated to a podcast last year, he explicitly stated to another podcaster, the sets were moved off-site for security.
The collection will not be stored on site after hours for security reasons, and after Sunday, the sets will be available for purchase but stored elsewhere.
Now, one thing that's been a big subject of the Bricks and Minifigs.
Froggy Frog says, hey, that guy looks like Garza. Annie says the story is just wild. Kudos to Ben for exposing it. Exactly. Froggy Frog says I look like the Bricks and Minifigs CEO. I love it, dude. I love it. That's hilarious. I tried to match that energy though, like.
Kind of story is, hey, there are these off-site locations. Can you address what that is? Is that true?
Annie says, oh my God, Frog. Now I can't unsee that. LOL. That's my brother, dude. The CEO of Bricks and Minifigs is basically my brony bro, dude.
So the off-site location.
He's my friend.
And the letter that they are that corporate is referring to is the original press release that we released when we were launching the collection. In that press release, because we had previous break-ins, I specifically included the location that after this weekend, those Legos would be stored off-site to deter any future.
Frog Eat Frog is slowly ruining the stream, bro. Frog Eat Frog is slowly ruining the stream, and I'm all here for it, bro. Eric Klein says Garza looks like the singer from Fall Out Boys. Well, I am kind of a weird-looking ginger guy. I'm partially ginger, by the way. I only grow a red beard, and I have slightly strawberry blonde hair. Hot. The CEO of Bricks and Minifigs is essentially my long-lost brother, is what everybody's saying.
Thefts. They were briefly stored off-site after that launch weekend while I bought safes for the back room, and then they were moved back into the store.
Okay, so for most of the time, the sets were in the store after y'all got the safes in.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ammon McNeff suspects that a lot of the Legos weren't there that night. And then on the other hand, we just heard from Crystal and Ben Gorman explaining the off-site story, saying that later they no longer used those off-site locations. But what do we really know about the Gormans? They are the former franchise owners after all. I mean, shouldn't we be suspicious of everyone? They're one of our key suspects. They were there the night we lost Brian's collection. They were the creators of the consignment deal after all. And one group in particular is pointing their finger at them very hard. It's the McNeffs, who say they were behind on payments.
We started getting calls from the landlord letting us know that Crystal was behind on the lease payments at the location. We had also gotten a couple of notices from some of our vendor partners that bills had not been paid by the store. And so we felt pretty strongly that there was going to be a risk of her just, like attempting to file bankruptcy, doing some of these other types of things, which we've had franchisees do in the past, and that's problematic. So that's why we sent him up there to take some video footage. So we needed to just be prepared if we needed to do a hostile takeover, which, can happen in franchising, where a franchise owner just, kind of tries to steal inventory and do some different things that way.
Okay, so Bricks and Minifigs' story is that they were worried about the Gormans skipping town, so they sent Brandon Best as a secret shopper on October 24th, 2024. This is weeks before the takeover. Brandon takes a video of the store condition in preparation for this handover, but at this point, Brandon does not announce himself to Crystal Gorman. Later, though, on November 14th, once again, the same concern about the Gormans stealing or theft was expressed by the McNeffs.
Brandon was trying to make sure that they weren't taking things from the store, and so he was kind of trying to make sure that he wasn't putting things, like hiding things in the back, and that and while he was watching that, trying to make sure Ben wasn't grabbing stuff from the store and moving it or doing anything along those lines, because he just got a weird feeling about the whole transition.
She took at least one, if not more than one, cartfuls of things out to her car with her coat draped over it.
So yeah, the McNeffs say, look.
Okay, that is a little sketchy, admittedly. That is a little bit sketchy. I'll admit it.
They don't trust the Gormans, and they explained it, even further. They said, hey, there's some issues in her past.
She apparently has a retail theft and other criminal arrests on her record.
She's a klepto.
When was that?
She's a klepto. Whoa.
I don't know. This has been brought out by several people online now.
Now look, that's a huge accusation to bring up, and so obviously I wanted to talk to the Gormans about it. They're like, she has a history of some type of burglary, theft.
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nope.
Well, yes.
Well,
you
explain.
know about this.
Explain.
Yeah, when I was 19 years old.
How long ago is that?
I am 45 now.
So she was 19 years old. Probably she stole a candy bar or something like that.
So this was in 1999.
1999. What the fuck? That's crazy, man. That is honestly wild. It blows my mind. Yeah, these Bricks and Minifigs guys, dude, they're just terrible.
This, something that happened 25 years ago, has no reflection and no bearing on what happened in the last 2 years, my management of the store, what happened the night corporate seized the store. It is another deflection, and it infuriates me. You're gonna try to publicly embarrass and shame me for somebody that was manipulated by local police departments when she was pregnant and 19 years old? F you. That's my response to that. I am so sorry. You're gonna have to blur and cut a lot of this, but that pisses me off. I own what I have done.
I love it, dude. Look, she was 19 at the time, dude. We've all done stupid things when we were young.
I own the mistakes that I have made. You cannot intimidate and bully me.
And that's all the Bricks and Minifigs has done, is they bullied and intimidated everybody. And this is why the internet's going after Bricks and Minifigs so hard, because it's all Bricks and Minifigs has done is bully, bully, bully. People are done with it. And I understand it.
Into backing down when I know that legally and morally I am in the right and I have the evidence to back it up.
Wow, this is getting kind of nasty and personal at this point, and I just wanted to give people kind of their side. But at every turn, I hope you understand, I'm getting contradictory stories, down to if the McNeffs knew about her history in the first place.
Like, they're bringing up something that I told them about.
Wait, you told them?
Told them. They asked me.
They said they had no idea. They said if we knew, we would have never hired her.
Because we would not have hired her had we known this.
I told them I had a record from when I was 18. There was a family issue and didn't go into all of the details, but they were like, that's so long ago, we're gonna hire you based on who you are now.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it there. You guys can make up your own mind. My point is, one side says up, the other says down, and it gets to the point both sides start hinting that they have photographic proof from the night of November 14th that proves
I'm curious.
The other side is lying. And so I'm like, look, at this point, let's stop talking. Show me the Legos.
Show me the money.
Where I was told we are 100% have possession of photos that prove that the Gormans are lying. And then you guys are telling me we 100% have possession of photos that prove this side's lying. Who's going to drop the photos first? I mean, I feel like someone just has to, somebody's right here.
And after a lot of convincing, both sides agreed to show me the photos, corporate and the Gormans. In fact, I scheduled the calls to do this.
Larson Christopher says, and I quote, I bet she stole the collection. Maybe. Larson Christopher says he just shaved off his beard into a goatee. Hell yeah, dude. My man's got the goatee going on. Hell yeah.
An hour apart from each other. But let's remember their positions for a second. The Gormans say whatever was left unsold of Brian's collection that was in that store spreadsheet was in Salem store the night of November 14th. Then you have corporate side. They say whatever was left that night was maybe $2,000 to $5,000 of Legos. The rest was either stolen by thieves, the Gormans, or held off site. It was not in that store. And on both sides, there's a lot to lose here, right? You've got the Gormans, who basically have been insinuated to have been stealing. And for Josh and Brandon, too, the new franchise owners, there's a lot on the line. I reached out to Josh, and he told me, I think her pictures would only show a few sets and minifigs. I replied, so if I can prove that the Lego sets were in the store, that will prove Brandon was lying. Josh replies, if it shows something different, then yes, I will eat my words. So the stakes have been established. And let's see the evidence, starting with Matt McNeff. First,
I'm curious.
Showed me the video, October 24th, 2024, for a baseline of how the store looked.
So this is the Salem Kaiser location, is that correct?
Salem Kaiser location, yes.
So is it fair to say I'm seeing quite a few Legos here? I mean, I'm seeing a store of Legos. You'd agree?
There's a good amount of Lego on hand. This isn't what I would say is a well-stocked bricks and minifigs, but it's not terrible.
That looks pretty well stocked to me, dude. That looks pretty fucking well stocked to me. Are you kidding me?
It's I would say a little below average as far as overall stock. So now let's go to November 14th. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So November 14th, when Brandon was in there helping.
Wait, this is the day. This is like the big day.
This is the day.
Hold on, I gotta prep myself emotionally for this.
Okay.
This is a big deal. This is D-Day. This is the big moment. This is Brandon takes over the store. We don't know where the Legos are after this moment.
We don't know where the Legos are after this moment. And I want to point out again that we've had this for a while. We haven't this is the first time we've shown this publicly. We've been waiting for our attorneys to give us the approval to say, hey, this is okay now to share in this capacity. So we'll go through these pictures. This is what Josh saw, or not Josh, sorry, Brandon saw. He took pictures of everything in the store, all the inventory in the store. This is what the shelves looked like.
Okay, so there's a couple empty shelves.
Compared to what you just saw a moment ago.
Okay, but weren't most of the Lego collections being stored in another room? Notice how there are tote boxes. Look at, there's tote boxes to the side right here. And there's also another room. So if this is closer to nighttime, aren't most of the Lego collections stored securely in a safe room, supposedly? I don't know. I'm starting to not buy this guy. I don't trust him. I don't trust any of the bricks and minifigs.
Okay.
Just because of how skeezy they've been. You know, honestly, just because of how skeezy they've acted this entire freaking time, I am inclined not to trust Bricks and Minifigs CEOs at all. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let's do it. All right, dude, let's keep watching. Let's keep watching.
So I'm seeing a lot less. Just to state the obvious, go back a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm seeing like way less.
So yeah, the pictures I was being shown on November 14th, those shelves looked emptier than they did on the day of October 24th. But to be fair to the Gormans, they addressed the empty shelves themselves.
As we get to the very end of this video in particular, right here, you'll see that empty space right here. So this is the retired and certified set section that we have to keep separate from the new in box current sets being sold by Lego.
Yeah.
All those empty spaces up there were the sets that we had on display during the day from Brian's collection, that every night when the store closed, we...
I was right. I was right. They pulled those off the shelves and stored them in the back room. I knew it. I knew I was right. Hell yeah. Oh my God, what is James doing? Hold on. James is spamming. James Zealator is spamming, it looks like. Are you spamming, bro? You better not be spamming, bro. Not on my watch. Okay, James, what are you saying? Purple Texas would kick in an integration. Sounds like that other than Private Hence. Elon, Doge, Hedge. Dude, what are you talking about? Dude, James Zealator, what the hell is... What kind of drugs are you on, brother? I'm assuming you're on some drugs. Come on, man. Come on, stop it.
pulled off and put back into the safe and then put back out in the morning.
So when they say, see, there's empty space on the shelves, yeah, because we put them in safes at night to keep them safe.
Because we have giant windows.
Yeah, it's an explanation that kind of makes sense given the history of burglary. Now, of course, this is something I had to ask the McNeffs about.
Is this a case of, did y'all see Star Wars sets in the back? Did y'all not see the Star Wars sets in the back? Did he take, not in the back, but specifically in a safe? Like there were a bunch of Star Wars sets in a safe. Did Brandon see those? Has there been talk of those? You know what I'm
saying? Yeah, they have to pull those off the shelves towards the end of the day and put them in a safe. Because they're Brian's collection.
Talking about?
Yeah. My understanding is that he took pictures of everything, and all those photos I showed you of the Star Wars were all the photos, or was literally all the Star Wars inventory in the store.
Yeah, the McNeffs say all of the photos should be with Brandon of all the Star Wars items. And to be fair to them, they showed me a lot more pictures and even showed me a spreadsheet of all the Star Wars sets in the store the night Brandon took it over. And it valued to about like $5,000 to $10,000 or so. But then I had to ask.
Oh, sorry, here's another kind of set.
Okay.
Do you think y'all have all of these?
Very likely.
Okay.
Again, I'd be surprised if we didn't.
But then I couldn't help myself. I started to bring up some of Crystal's photos to see if they matched up.
Have you seen this before?
Not that I recall.
So do you see that?
Yep.
So do you see it's in like some kind of like a safe thing? I don't know if you can see the sides there.
Looks like a bookshelf.
Yeah, it's in like a safe. It's in something. This idiot. Oh my god. Bricks and minifigs, dude. They are a disgusting, despicable company.
To me, but sure.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So I think the important thing is making sure that all of these are in the inventory for Mansell.
Sure. Sure. That's cool.
75041.
Yep. The Vulture Droid.
75169.
169 I'm not seeing, so there may be... Okay, so there's one that is not on our list.
Let's try this. 10240.
Okay, nope, not seeing that one either.
What about 9493?
I don't see that one either. So maybe those were locked at the time, and Brandon did not get those pictures.
All right, that's kind of a problem because the Gormans had over 200 photos of this store. I definitely knew looking at these photos, there's a lot more Legos in the Gormans photos, by quite a lot that Brandon's photos just didn't show. But corporate didn't really see it that way.
But still, in the grand scheme of things, we're not talking, again, 10 times the amount of sets here.
I don't know. I haven't shown all the photos yet. I don't know exactly how much.
Yeah, I think honestly, the way that Bricks and Minifigs was going about this is pretty terrible.
If there's a calculable figure that we can look at and say, great, this is what was there, I promise you, it's not $100,000 worth of Lego. And so where's the rest of it? You got me. I don't know.
Maybe I'm a little too in my head about this U-Haul story. You don't think it could have been some U-Haul thing? There's no way.
Oh, yeah, have we talked about the U-Haul yet? We gotta talk about the U-Haul for a second. This is another one of those things that was like really disputed between the two parties, was this U-Haul that supposedly was driven up to the store the night of the takeover.
So when Brandon came to the store that night, he was driving a U-Haul truck.
Now, in typical...
Oh, okay. So the U-Haul truck belonged to Brandon. Let me guess. The COO or CFO or whatever is going to be like, no, it belonged to them. I don't trust Bricks and Minifigs one bit.
Fashion, this was immediately disputed.
Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
It wasn't until after he told me he was taking the keys and locking me out that I really kind of paid attention to the fact that he had a large, not the small, the large U-Haul truck.
So yeah, I just kept hearing about this U-Haul truck. Now, why is it significant, U-Haul or not? Well, one, a U-Haul...
It does matter because you know what probably happened? The dude from corporate probably stole all Brian's Legos. Allegedly, that's what I'm thinking happened. I mean, that's allegedly what I'm thinking happened. But, I mean, this is a crazy mystery. This is a wild-ass mystery.
Truck can fit a lot of Legos, but the big reason it mattered to me was because I was actually called by an ex-employee of the Bricks and Minifig store in Eugene, Oregon. Remember, that's the one that Brandon and Josh own. And he told me something very interesting.
I'm a former employee, started in 2024, and I was working under the old manager, Brian, and he sold the store to Brandon's best, Josh.
What store was this? Bricks and Minifigs where? Okay, now what did you see that made you want to talk to me?
I saw Reckless Ben's YouTube video about the Salem Store closing down because when I was talking to my co-workers about the situation of Salem, and when we were told through other employees that it was just a bad area to work in, it was like haunted, if you will, is what was going around. But after seeing the video of Reckless Ben, he exposed them, and it makes a lot more sense with what we dealt with Brandon and Josh. Like, Crystal stole Lego sets and bolted out of the country.
Who says that?
Brandon Best told us. When he was jumping off all the Lego sets to us that night. It was a bunch.
That's insane, dude. And this is what makes me not trust bricks and minifigs at all. Yeah, I don't trust this company at all, dude. Can't trust it, man. Insane. It really is insane. Blow my mind. Oh, hold on. Let me check my... All right. Hey, we got Aunt Willie. We got my boy Aunt Willie.
Use Lego sets that sell like saran wrap.
TJ says, you eating on stream made me hungry. I'm currently making a double bacon cheeseburger with lettuce and tomato. Oh, damn, dude. Dude, TJ's killing it, dude. TJ's kicking butt, dude. What a stud, man. I dig it, dude. TJ's the man. Loch Ness Monster says, never seen someone with negative ass. Look, I got to admit, I have a very concave ass. It's true. It's a very concave booty. I can't help it, bro. I can't help it. I'm concave.
Star Wars City. There's just a lot of stuff. It was like a medium-sized U-Haul truck.
Wait. They brought a U-Haul truck.
Yeah, from Salem to Eugene.
And to Eugene, and it had a bunch of Star Wars sets on it?
Yeah, Star Wars sets, like everything.
Oh, that's so sketchy, dude. And this goes to show you, and just by the way, I'm just going to say this. The way that they've acted throughout all this, the way the CEO, the way that, you know, I can never remember the CEO's name, but the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs has been so sketchy. Extremely sketchy.
A bunch of new stuff too.
Wait, when and was this when they took over the store from Crystal?
I believe so, yes. Yes, because he said that Crystal stole Legos and left the country.
While he has a U-Haul of Legos?
Yeah.
Interesting.
That is freaking hilarious, dude. It's sketchy. It's sketchy AF, dude.
Weird.
And he's like, we're just going to hold on to this stuff until corporate tells us where we have to distribute it. And we're like, oh, well, it'd make more sense if we could take it because we're kind of struggling with, you know, the product we put on the shelves.
Oh my gosh. We really got to find out. Was there a U-Haul that night or not? Because everybody's disagreeing about it. This Eugene, Oregon guy says, oh yeah, a U-Haul showed up with Star Wars sets in it. Yeah. Brandon was talking about the Salem store. You've got Matt McNeff saying there was no U-Haul there. It was a rental car. You've got Crystal saying, yeah, I thought it was really weird.
Yeah, I think Bricks and Minifigs is lying through their teeth, dude. Allegedly, pathologically speaking. They are pathologically lying. TJ says that's not an ass. It's leg tops when your legs run directly into your back. Well, TJ and I are a part of the flat ass club, dude. We're not a part of the fat ass club. We're part of the flat ass club, dude. There needs to be a flat ass club, straight up. So actually, I realized something. I kind of wanted to I'm going to create something in Chat GPT real quick. just because it's funny. I'm going to create an infographic on why it is a great idea to have a student driver sticker on your car, even though you're not sure. Hold on. And I'm going to post it on Facebook. One moment. I want to see how this turns out, actually. Hold on. Okay, let's keep going.
There was a U-Haul.
By the way, we're halfway through we're roughly halfway through with CoffeeZilla's investigation into this. And by God, oh my, what are we watching?
Truck there. So I told the McNabs, I really got to find out.
James Zeller says you can grow cheeks, man, by using your leg tops with nutrients. True that, man.
What the truth is here. If you know anything about it, let me know, because that's just something I heard.
I do, and it has nothing to do with the Salem store. Well, at least not the Salem store in the way that it is there. Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
So when there was the handoff, there wasn't a U-Haul, it was a rental car.
Correct. He was there in a rental car.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not buying it, dude.
Okay.
And I think any of the, like, if you were to look at the footage, the ring cameras, all that stuff, you won't see a U-Haul sitting anywhere in the parking lot.
So after hearing all of this, I realized, look, I just got to find the evidence. So I start sifting through these photos I have, right? I realize I have a parking lot photo. I check it. No U-Haul, just a red truck out there. I check another photo where you could see the window, but the problem is it's night outside, so you can't see. And so I'm looking at everything I can, and there's just nothing, I have this alternate angle. I'm looking at that, and then, wait a minute.
U-Haul. There's the U-Haul. There's the U-Haul truck. Bam. It's right there, dude. Larson Christopher says, lol stocks, the epic lack of an ass. Yeah, TJ and I are a part of the no ass club, dude. We got no ass. I'm pretty sure TJ's got a badonkadonk somewhere. He's got a badonkadonk. He's fine. I think TJ's got a nice round booty. Oh, man. You guys are killing me.
Zoom in on that photo. Bring up the brightness of this photo a little bit, and
that's a mother effing U-Haul, by the way. That is a mother effing U-Haul. They are lying.
My gosh. There's a U-Haul in the parking lot right outside of the store the night of November 14th, 2024.
Of course, Bricks and Minifigs is lying through their teeth. Duh. That's what they do, dude.
This is something that Matt said he had seen footage of, and it couldn't be true.
And again, I believe I have seen footage from that night that shows clearly out into the parking lot, and there's no U-Haul.
After seeing this, I said, I really have to make a call.
I mean, that's wild, dude. Give me just a second, you guys. Sorry for the delay. I'm doing something interesting here. Let's see. Give me one moment. This will take just a few moments, you guys. I'm going to post something very interesting. Give me just a moment. Okay. Bear with me, everybody. Yeah, there's something I'm trying to do here. It's going to take a few more moments. All right, you guys. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Oh, my God. Give me just a second. Yeah, so I'm doing the I'm already shorting Fred, I'm already shorting Bitcoin, man. I'm already good. Have a good night, Mr. TJ. We love you, Brony. Love you, Brony, bro. It's our boy, dude. Give me a few more moments. So what I'm doing is I'm posting a hilarious thing on Facebook because I don't give a crap about Facebook. I can't stand Facebook. But have a good night, Mr. TJ. I love you, Brony. I already said good night to TJ, but I just in case he didn't hear me the first time. Oh, man. All right, let's see. Oh, shit. This is funny, though. Like I said, I'm posting something on the Facebook groups, and this is great. I'm hoping this spreads like wildfire on Facebook. It's gonna be an image that I think will go viral. It's basically like, I think it's funny. Because I'm the man, dude. I'm making people see my point of view, dude. Oh, man, I'm killing it, dude. Killing it. All right, let's watch the rest of Coffee.
And that's when the story changed. So last night, I talked with Matt McNeff. I brought up this question of the U-Haul. He told me emphatically there was no U-Haul. Y'all came to me this morning. You said, hey, we looked into it. There actually was a U-Haul there that night. Can you clear up what that's about?
So there's actually two different things that are going on here, just to help you understand. And I don't know.
I do not trust this guy whatsoever, dude. This guy is the most untrust. This is Wario. Like that's a Wario mustache, dude. He is Wario and CoffeeZilla is Mario.
If you want this particularly not on the record, but we do know of a disgruntled former employee that worked at another location that back on the 24th of October, there was a U-Haul that went to a storage unit in Salem for another previous franchisee, like for a different situation that we had just,
I am so not buying this story, dude. It's getting worse, dude. I am so not fucking buying this story, dude. I mean, this is crazy, man.
Gone through some things, and he had a previously, like, hey, I have some inventory that I didn't turn over that I was supposed to. It's at this storage location. You guys can come pick it up. And so Brandon was sent on that day to pick up with a U-Haul inventory that then he moved down, but that was October 24th.
So when we're talking about this ex-employee, you're saying they are conflating the October 24th event of the U-Haul coming up to Eugene with Legos with some time after November 14th, after the store takeover. Is that correct? Am I understanding that?
Yeah. He's lying. He's so fucking lying, dude. Oh my God. CoffeeZilla check-in, mate, dude. CoffeeZilla is the man. I am so glad that Coffee has done a full investigation of this. This makes me so happy. Reckless Ben, CoffeeZilla's got your back, bro.
Yes.
So this is now kind of a strange story. Corporate is saying there was a U-Haul at the Eugene store dropping off Lego, but that was from a different night, different collection. The CEO says Brandon showed up to Salem on October 24th for his secret shopper job with Crystal. And separately, he also was getting a different collection of Legos that also included Star Wars. And that's what he brought to the Eugene store, and the former employee is remembering. Then, weeks later, on November 14th, Brandon supposedly shows up again with a U-Haul, but the reason isn't for hauling Legos.
Brandon flew in to Eugene that night.
This is insane, dude. This is so insane. The amount of lies. These guys can't get their stupid lie straight, dude. They can't get their lie straight.
At midnight, so on the flew from Utah on the 13th, but landed in Oregon on like midnight of the 14th. Went and got a rental truck, and then went and stayed at a trailer that had previously been moved up there in anticipation, meaning a camper trailer, in anticipation of the potential hostile takeover previously.
Is that why he had a U-Haul? Is that the reason he had a U-Haul, was for this camper, or what's going on with the?
Yes. So then what happens is he takes his rental vehicle truck, and he tries to connect the trailer, the camping trailer, to that truck, and it's not rated for that particular weight, and he realized, oh crap. He called around and found that U-Haul had a rating for one of their box trucks, and so he grabbed that, went and got it at 10 a.m. on the 14th, and so he then went and hooked that trailer up to the camping trailer to a U-Haul, drove that trailer down to another location where he could set up the camping trailer in Salem, dropped off the camper trailer, and then he arrived in a U-Haul to the Salem store. And then
I thought he arrived in a rental car. Dude, they are not getting their story straight, dude. This is so fucking hilarious.
And went in, said hi to Crystal, and then as she was leaving, the door shuts, and so he locks it, calls the locksmith. Takes him a while to finish up the changing of the locks. Brandon at this point is pretty exhausted, so and he has an hour drive back to Eugene to drop off the rental truck. So he drops it off at midnight or 1 o'clock, something like that, grabs the rental truck, and then heads back up to the camper trailer in Salem, and then probably gets in at around 2 or 3 in the morning, spends a couple of that's a little bit of sleep before he has to head back to the store at 9 a.m. before the other employees get there. The timeline that is trying to be portrayed just makes absolutely zero sense.
Okay, so I asked, obviously, for documentation of all of this from Brandon, and here's what I got. First, the U-Haul contract on November 14th. This checks out what we already know. Then I got sent a photo, the last one Brandon took in the Salem store, dated 9:44 p.m., where you can see what looks like the inside of a bird cage that the Gormans had. And lastly, I was sent a photo Brandon took of the mileage in the U-Haul as he dropped it back off at the rental place on November 15th, 12:41 a.m. Now, the time gap there is about 3 hours between the last photo in Salem to dropping the U-Haul off, which is a bit of a problem for our timeline.
Yeah, it took like 4 hours. I mean, I worked till like 11 o'clock, and I'm like, I gotta get up early for my other job.
You moved 4 hours of Legos out of this truck.
Yeah.
All right, so as weird as this U-Haul thing is, the timeline just doesn't fit, to be honest. If it took 4 hours to unload, you can't also drive to another city, load and unload and drop off the U-Haul in that time. But still, even if this is true, it's pretty weird, and it's one of the most bizarre stories I've ever heard to have a...
This is a crazy story. Holy smack, this is a wild story. Holy crap. It's blowing my mind, man. Mind is blown. But thank you guys for tuning in, though. I appreciate it. Let's keep going. Let's keep rolling.
A U-Haul thing back to back. One of the times you're picking up Legos, the other time you're not, you're taking a camper. Nevertheless, without more proof, we kind of have to move on to another theory of how to find these missing Lego. This time, let's take the photographs that we have and reconstruct what was in the night on November 14th. Remember, that's the moment we lost the Lego. And this time, we're going to combine it with two more things. First, from corporate, I got the point of sale records from the Salem store from 2023 to 2024. And secondly, from Crystal Gorman, I got her internal records of Brian's inventory of what was sold or not in order to pay him and keep track of prices. Now, before we piece things together, I need to address something. At the beginning of this story, you saw the social post saying this collection was worth $200,000. That's what everyone knows this story as, the $200,000 Lego collection. But sadly, that post was entirely wrong. In Crystal Gorman's inventory, which has a high and low estimate value of these various Lego items, the real estimated value is about $107,000. They give...
No, that's fine. Yeah, $107,000. They might have upped the ante a little bit too much, but still, either way. Either way, haven't there been some that have been sold already, though? So it's like the whatever's remaining would be worth roughly around $107,000 because some of them have sold on consignment, allegedly.
High estimates and low estimates, but that's right there in the middle. And for simplicity, I'll just be using averages and estimates here, but understand that, these numbers are not firm given that they're unsold Legos. It's just rough possibilities. But the point is, it's worth nowhere near $200,000. And Reckless Bin, the one who made the original video covering this, said that surprised him.
Yeah, this entire time, literally every single person's been telling me there were $200,000. Like, that's how much, you could sell all these sets for.
My original assessment of about $200,000 was going up to his father's house and looking in 3 different rooms with all the sets. It was before I'd actually gone through and had set numbers and done an actual evaluation. I looked at it and went based on as things progressed and as I started to delve more into the actual inventory and evaluating it, that number changed. But we put out the press release well in advance of the event itself, so that press release went out before I had those full numbers. So we went, this is a nice even number that will grab attention and bring people into the store, so we went with that.
And still, to believe that is accurate at the high end. It was one of those things where when she was looking through and going, well, it says this and it says this, you don't think even at the high end?
You haven't actually seen the spreadsheet.
No, I haven't.
You might want to cut that part out because he hasn't actually seen the inventory sheet.
The spreadsheet says about from between 85,000 to 120 something thousand. In the midpoint about 107 or something like that of what was inventory. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this has been a really big point of misinformation to clear up, because if we're ever going to find the missing Lego, we need to start with the right number, the right value. It's about $107,000. Now, between 2023 and 2024, the Gormans record sales of
$107,000. Whoa.
About $24,000 of Brian's collection in their inventory tracking list. And of those sales, Brian was entitled to about 65 to 70% of it. He was paid $17,000, which roughly tracks with that. Which means on November 14th, the big night, the remaining amount of Brian's collection that should have been in there is about $82,000. Now, it doesn't take a genius to realize this is a very different number than corporate provided, who found only $2,000 to $5,000 of it linked to Brian. And later they said they only found $13,000 to $15,000 in total Lego Star Wars.
So you're talking maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
So that's corporate side of the story, but I didn't want to take their word for it. So I went through Crystal's photos myself, which she shared with me. and hired people to go through and hand tag the Star Wars Legos that were in these photos. We looked through over 200 plus photos, multiple videos, and matched what we saw with Brian's collection. In the end, I ended up with about $21,000 of Legos matching Brian's collection that can be proven to be in the store on the night of November 14th. Now, to state the obvious, that's about 3 to 5 times what corporate estimated, at least on their press release. Now, yes, there are inherent errors in what we saw.
Total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
So that's corporate side of the story, but I didn't want to take their word for it. So I went through Crystal's photos myself, which she shared with me. And
yeah, it's still a lot of money. It's still a huge form of theft, whether it's $200,000 or $100,000. Bricks and Minifigs is still stealing, allegedly, these things, these Legos.
Hired people to go through and hand tag the Star Wars Legos that were in these photos. We looked through over 200 plus photos, multiple videos, and matched what we saw with Brian's collection. In the end, I ended up with about $21,000 of Legos matching Brian's collection that can be proven to be in the store on the night of November 14th.
Flipping wild, man.
To state the obvious, that's about 3 to 5 times what corporate estimated, at least on their press release. Now, yes, there are inherent errors in these estimates. Maybe we picked up some Lego that matched Brian's collection, but wasn't Brian's. But even though this is a bigger number than corporate said, I have to admit, even with pretty generous assumptions being made, there's still a huge gap of about $61,000 here that I just couldn't find. But then I learned Brian had made a special side deal with M&R Productions, who had recently purchased some Legos from him. And this is where it starts to get messy. So these are the pictures that M&R Productions sent me, looking at the Lego that Brian sold him. This was stuff reportedly in storage, and it's interesting because of an early inventory list, which had a column called Location that Crystal used. And it listed a lot of the Star Wars items as being located in what they called storage. Now, previously, I was told that all of the stuff in storage was put back in the store, but there's a bunch that's on this list that I can't find in the store that seem to appear in these pictures. Now, I've been assured, by the way, that most of these Legos were not part of the inventory spreadsheet. They were never given to Bricks and Minifigs. This is a separate part of the collection, but I did a check, and 100% of the items that match the Brian collection inventory just so happen to be listed with a location of storage.
So that's interesting. So where are they?
To make things incredibly fuzzy, and I'm inclined to believe that a lot of these are part of that same inventory list. Now, if we take that value of the side deal, that's about $10,000 to $20,000 that's not actually missing. Now, it was at this point I started looking more at the point of sales records. I realized maybe we could find some of this missing Lego there too. So this is from the Salem internal store records. Like, I guess this is what is entered when someone does a sale, and it's everything from September 2023 to November 2024 of Star Wars anything. And by the way, before we continue, yes, this was all a lot of work. If you want to, please support us on Patreon. That's how this show gets made. But anyways, according to those records, about $51,000 in sales went through during this time period in a way that matched Brian Mansell's collection. Now, that really worried me because Crystal's inventory list showed only $24,000 in sales for Brian, and Brian was only paid for that amount. But suddenly, I remembered back to a time when I spoke to Crystal, and I asked how much was sold prior to the takeover, which is something similar from what you...
Well, Brian Mansell, like, look, if he did a side deal, that's okay. I don't know. Did he ever admit about this? Did he ever admit the side deal though with Reckless Ben? I'm not too sure. It didn't mean that he sold all of those items to that M&R Productions or whatever. I think he only sold like maybe $12,000 worth. I am curious though to see what the hell is going on here, man. Tiny Line Gaming, I'm confused, bro.
Told me, Crystal.
Yeah.
You told me, hey, it was about 50-something thousand.
Yeah.
But Brian was only paid $17,000.
Okay.
And it should have been about double that. And I'm just trying to make sense of that, given that everyone's
accusing each other of theft right now. You understand?
I mean, without seeing any of those records, without seeing those individual tickets, I can't answer that any better.
Okay, this is kind of a problem. The math ain't math in here. 65 to 70% of 50,000 is almost double what we believe Brian was paid. And digging into the details, it turns out a lot of these sales come from what Crystal's spreadsheet actually categorizes as layaways, meaning they were marked as having been sold, but layaways are when someone puts a down payment on an item and later pays it off. But the problem was there were a lot of these, worth about $20,000 in layaway, and that felt a little strange to me. And because of that, I asked Josh Johnson, the incoming owner, and he responded, quote, "There were 2 to 3 items on layaway when they took over."
So on the list of that, on the inventory list, do you know about how many layaways
I haven't gone through and done a count, but I know it was vastly more than 2 to 3.
It was about 98.
That makes sense.
So there were about $15,000 to $25,000 worth of sets on layaway.
Okay.
That's just the part that's surprising. That's the part that I can't get my head around. I go, how could, let me just be really honest. I don't believe there was that much layaway. I don't know. I don't know how that's possible. How could there be that much layaway? I don't.
That's a lot of layaway, man.
No, it's like I don't believe, because I was talking to some people about bricks and minifigs. They go, yeah, there's some layaway. There's not that much layaway. I talked to people who were neutral, kind of on corporate side, but also people who were just normal bricks and minifigs people. They say there's not that much layaway. Help me understand why there's $20,000 worth of layaway here.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely, if you talk to other bricks and minifigs locations, layaway is extremely rare. I think outside of the Brian's collection, I don't.
Okay, good. I'm not crazy here. So then why was there so much layaway there?
No, absolutely not. Outside of Brian's collection, I think at the time we maybe had 2 used sets on layaway outside of his collection. Okay. It was not a common thing traditionally. I don't know that we'd ever done layaway before the collection came in. With Brian's collection, it was a little bit different because so much of this collection were, one, new in box, all in one place, reasonably priced.
I feel like it just might be bad record keeping on her end. Like, I just think that she's bad at keeping records. So it is possible that she was extremely incompetent. I will grant that. Small Wiener Gang. Hey, thank you, Eunice Freeman, for subscribing to the channel. We got 10,792 subs. Hey, we're only 8 subscribers away from hitting 10,800, so don't forget. Tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. It does help the channel grow. Let's go. Yeah, I don't think she's a criminal, but I do think that she may just be stupid with records. She seems like the kind of person that, might be a little dumb with record keeping. So she might have fudged the numbers by accident. I don't think it was out of malice, but I think she's terrible at record keeping. That's my assumption. It's an allegedly.
And a lot of the
she got caught up in a dumb business deal, possibly. Yeah.
Harder to find items. And so customers would come in and put, I'm going to guess probably half of those layaway items were not going to be sold to the person who took them on.
Yeah, they both seem a little
layaway. Because we had several that would put them on layaway and then change their mind. So this was something like, somebody would come in and want 10 different sets, but only be able to buy 1. Can I put the rest of those on layaway so you don't sell them? I'll pay $10 to put these sets on layaway. Traditionally with layaway, we would ask for 10% down. They'd have 30 days to make their next payment, or we'd refund the layaway amount and then put it back on the shelf. Because this collection was the collection it was, and I wanted to give these people the opportunity to, to get these sets, we were a lot more generous with how long and the amount of payments that people could make towards the layaway. Yeah. So a lot of these, we had several of them. I think one of the Ewok villages, we put on layaway 4 different times, and then it came off of layaway and back on layaway and then off and then sold. So a lot of these would have gone on and off of layaway and then back out on the shelf, just depending on the person who was putting it on layaway. That was completely unique to this collection.
So look, I'll be honest, I don't trust Josh Johnson, but something is weird here.
So a lot of these are, see, like, look at this. Like, so like it says POS final sale price, but it's listed as a layaway, but it's sold for $5.99.
Yeah.
Because it matches with the store sale price.
Okay.
So were they on layaway? Were they accidentally marked layaway on the spreadsheet? What's going on there?
I mean, without seeing the actual sales ticket and seeing what else, like what items were sold together, what else was sold with it, I can't actually see the sales ticket. We had several layaway items in which customers were putting multiple things on layaway, paying for most of one item, and then, or they were buying, 8 different things together and then putting all of them on layaway and making payments on multiple items at the same time. Our Ewok Village was one of those cases. At some point he had, I think, like 8 or 9 different items on layaway. So they'd come in and make a payment for a bulk payment. I've got 800 things on layaway. I'm going to make $100 on my payment. One customer in particular would do that, and then when he'd gotten up high enough to pay for one set, we'd pull that set out, mark it as sold. So without seeing the actual tickets and my layaway records, I cannot answer a question any clearer than that.
But I even found more than that in this POS data. I also found about $10,000 in sales.
Something just doesn't feel right. I don't feel like she's acting out of malice, but I feel like she just might. Like, I do understand why Bricks and Minifigs did a hostile takeover, but only because she might have been really incompetent as a store owner. There is that possibility.
That match Brian's collection that were not marked as sold under this inventory spreadsheet.
Some of our things that were not found were explained by...
Yeah, Bricks and Minifigs is awful, though. Like, seriously, the Bricks and Minifigs company, the way they handled this, their CEO's a piece of crap. Everything about them's a piece of crap, dude.
The POS system, because...
TLG says there are still 24,000 confirmed in the store when they left. Yeah.
They were found in the POS system as being sold. So, like, they weren't marked on the spreadsheet, but they were marked as sold via the POS system. And this is about $10,000 worth of Lego that basically were matched.
See, and I don't know. Take anything happening from, let's see, sorry, I'm trying to do math here. I don't know.
I don't think she's good at math. I feel like she might have fudged up some of the records by accident because I think she just seems a little incompetent.
Without being able to see all of the records, there is a possibility that the consignments were ended when I wasn't at work and I just didn't go through and pull them up. They didn't get put in the consignment ticket. I hadn't gone through those consignments in a couple of months. I hadn't gone through the inventory in the back room in a couple of months. So it is entirely possible there were sales. That were finished that I never clocked as being finished. I don't know that without going through and actually seeing it.
But you're saying it's possible stuff was sold, not updated on this inventory list.
It's entirely possible that stuff did not get updated on my spreadsheet. I'm not going to sit here and claim it's not possible. It's possible I missed things.
So where does this leave us? I know some people are jumping to conclusions here, but I must remind you that on the night of November 14th, 2024, Crystal Gorman was concerned about Brian getting paid or not getting paid.
He has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
Okay. So Crystal, ultimately, that's a business thing and not necessarily yours. Brandon will take, because taking on the business, he takes on all that kind of side there.
So obviously, one could see that and say she was intending to reconcile with Brian. Maybe she hadn't gotten around to it. And of course, corporate will probably take a more cynical view of what she's doing by printing these receipts. But the point is, regardless of whose side you're on, I think we can all agree there's a lot of weird stuff here on all sides. Abnormal stuff. Sure.
Yeah, a lot of it's not adding up. And I do think that both, first off, Bricks and Minifigs sucks. Crystal seems to be fairly incompetent on this one too. It just seems a little bit cray-cray. At least that's what I think. What do you think? One moment. But yeah, so far on this one, something's just not adding up, man.
Maybe you can chalk some of this up to bad record keeping between the U-Haul, the
definitely crappy record keeping though.
Layaways, the $20,000 in Lego sets that corporate called $2,000 to $5,000 that was there that night, the off-book deals. But even if we can't fully know 100%, what these weird things were about, I think they tell a story of what actually happened to Brian's collection. In a way, multiple people, I think, are kind of right, kind of wrong. The Gormans were correct that more of that collection was there that night of the takeover than previously thought. But corporate also alleged that some of it was offsite, and that appears to be partly true, although some of that is disputed, and it looks like, way more of the collection was sold and layawayed than Brian was paid for. But all in all, there's a lot less missing than many people think, especially if your starting number is $200,000. I estimated, and I must emphasize, estimated with bad records, that there's only about $10,000 to $20,000 in Lego that isn't explained by one of these sources. This isn't to say Brian's been fully compensated. Much of this Brian wasn't paid for that I know of. So I estimate he's still out about $50,000 to $83,000.
That's freaking wild, man. Brian was not paid. He needed his money. He needs his money, dude.
For Lego he wasn't compensated for. And I think, honestly, that's something that Bricks and Minifigs obviously should handle and make right. Regardless of what a franchisee does, the new one, the old one, the company behind it must stand behind their product, their service, and I can't imagine a better example of a company doing the opposite. Unfortunately, Bricks and Minifigs has chosen to deflect and dodge responsibility at most opportunities and created a really awful customer experience that has snowballed into this crazy series of events. But instead of taking accountability for that, they've taken an aggressive legal strategy, which I told them personally was a horrible idea. As of writing this, Brian Mansell is being sued for $1.3 million as part of a legal campaign against him and Reckless Ben.
$1.3 million. So Bricks and Minifigs is gonna sue Brian Mansell, dude. As if you couldn't hate Bricks and Minifigs even more.
And any of the associates. Remember, Brian is the same guy who lost all these Legos at Bricks and Minifigs store. And I told the CEO and COO that's ridiculous and they should drop this. Look, mistakes have been made by plenty of people here, but there's a lot more people who have inflicted self-owns, the likes of which we've rarely seen.
Yeah, by the way, the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs is terrible, dude. Terrible person. Allegedly. I'm just going to say allegedly to cover my ass, but I think he's a terrible person.
By just choosing...
I'm pretty sure most people would agree with me that he's a shitty person. Yeah, Annie. Annie, it's a corrupt-ass company. I agree completely.
The worst possible path at every fork in the road. No pun intended. But the best path to making things right, in my view, is by just making Brian whole and moving on.
Tiny Lion Gaming, I don't think Bricks and Minifigs has a case on this one. I think they're being ridiculous and they're only ruining their reputation even further. I mean, nobody wants to go to Bricks and Minifigs ever again. People are like, nope. It's like a nationwide boycott at this point.
Drop the aggressive legal strategy. You are a Lego store at the end of the day. You are supposed to be about fun, not about a rerun of Suits. But anyways, that's my investigation. Those are my closing thoughts. And I knew I wanted to approach everyone involved in this whole story with my results and see what they thought to close things out.
Does all that make sense to you? Because I'm showing everyone in this story and saying, hey,
the thing
are
that
any of these numbers blowing your mind, or is any of this crazy to you?
No, it's not crazy. But what's crazy, again, like all the photo evidence that both sides have points to there being, sure, $20,000 worth of Lego in this of Star Wars Lego in the store that night, right? I don't know, man. I'm just like, can people understand maybe why there was some confusion and why there was some hesitation when somebody comes in and says, hey, you owe me $60,000 worth of product and Lego, and we go, we don't even know who you are. Like, yeah, Crystal mentioned something about consignment on her way out the door. And we go, sure, we'll get that figured out. But then the guy just walks in and demands $60,000 worth of Lego? Like, what am I supposed to do other than say, cool, show me, can you show me the proof?
The problem is there's so much of a dispute on the timeline, and this is what's going to make this story so hard to tell. It's like, they say, you guys are unreasonable. They tried, and eventually they gave up. But they say they tried, and they were basically met with, like, unreasonable requests, things like that. So
verification, documentation, is that unreasonable, do you think?
Laugh out loud. There is a GoFundMe for Ben. If you can help, go donate, because Ben is being sued for 1.3 million, I think.
That's insane though, dude. Honestly. Bricks and Minifigs has crossed the line. Holy smokes. I will see what I can. I will look into it. Dude, that's insane, man. But yeah, Amon, the CEO, Amon, is a total snake. I agree. Yeah, by the way, just to let you know, that agreement is the proof. The consignment agreement is proof, and like, what? It's just crazy, man.
Well, I think they would say they provided the documentation, and you guys say you need more documentation. So I mean, that's kind of the
right. A spread, like, I understand a spreadsheet and a contract are a good start.
Yeah.
This guy sucks so much. Amon is the worst CEO of all time. If you know, honestly, they need to write a book about this guy. You know how, like, Sam Walton, there's a book on Sam Walton, like the greatest, you know, the creator of Walmart or whatever. Well, the thing is, this guy's like the opposite of Sam Walton. He is, how do you explain this? Mandy says, and Ben cannot speak up for himself at the moment because he's been silenced. Exactly. I think what Bricks and Minifigs is doing is their reputation's already effed, but dude, they're making things worse for themselves. And to be honest, the downfall of Bricks and Minifigs is going to be very satisfying.
Yeah, but we never got that. That was never sent to us at corporate, by the way.
Y'all do have the spreadsheet though, yeah? Y'all have the spreadsheet.
That was shared online, but months after we asked for it.
It says I'm so confused. It says I'm on the file right now. It says storage used, owned by BAM Franchising Inc. Owner Salem.or bricksandminifigs.com.
What are you looking at?
It says owner Salem.or at bricksandminifigs.com. That's you guys. It says owned by BAM Franchising Inc. It says created September 6th, 2024.
Yeah, so they were aware of it, dude. It's like, I mean, this is a real, it's just funny how they say, I don't know. I hate the way that Bricks and Minifigs handle this. And, you know, if there is a problem with your franchise, a real CEO would be like, okay, well, we need to know about this. Mandy said, and this man sued his own father. He's a piece of shit. Somebody exposed this guy in a... Yeah, dude. I am glad that this guy's being exposed. This Amon guy. I think the real villain, the real villain in this story is the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. Straight up. Completely. And that's all there is to it. Give me just a moment. I love it.
When I look at it, this is the Mansell list.
Tim Smith is saying that Ammon's other company, Legally Mine, was sued last year by the Ohio State Bar Association for illegally practicing law in the state of Ohio. They were found guilty by the state Supreme Court. Dude, that's insane. What this guy, like, I'm telling you, dude, this is like the biggest villain of all time, dude. I mean, this is crazy. I'm blown away, man. Blown away. Tiny Line Gaming says Tim Smith has the receipts, dude. I mean, everything about Ammon is just so sketchy, dude. Blows my mind. Tim Smith says, website says Legally Mine is one of the largest, most experienced, and best respected comprehensive lawsuit protection companies in America. Oh God, they're experienced at screwing people over. I'll tell you that.
I believe.
That's funny though.
This would have been created under we have the we own
y'all
the,
definitely have this. Y'all
is
have
crazy.
access to this.
Well, I had no idea. Like, so
I had no idea.
This is the
It's
first
right here, it's right here,
anybody
right
has
here.
shown me that.
This CEO is so terrible, dude. Ammon, dude, I think Ammon needs to resign as the CEO. They need to have an entirely new CEO at Bricks and Minifigs because this guy has screwed his company. This guy, I mean, there's many people involved in this scenario, but this guy, the way he's handled it, how much of a piece of crap he is, dude. I love the fact that this guy's getting the downfall he deserves. He's getting the downfall he deserves, man.
That a spreadsheet was created using like Bricks and Minifigs Salem, and all of this stuff was archived. This is the first I've seen that this spreadsheet was created by Crystal, and we don't know how accurate it is, how up to date it was. We don't know a lot of those types of things, and understand. I appreciate you sharing this with us because we had no idea. Again, you don't know what you don't know, and you can't we don't know everything, and we don't go looking in every nook and cranny everywhere. We just don't know some of those things. So if that's there, we can now have our team go look for that.
When it comes right down to it,
they're lying. Bricks and Minifigs is lying. I just think that she's a little incompetent, but I think overall, I think there's a lot of malice on Bricks and Minifigs side of this thing, on their side of the equation, and yeah, lots and lots of malice. Mandy says 2 years he ignored this and just hoped it would go away. Yep.
You're going to have to make a judgment call and say who's telling the truth. The people who were taking all the pictures and we couldn't take pictures of everything the night of, but we're being honest consistently, and the people who are saying there was $5,000 there. Really? That makes no sense. We've got the evidence, and yes, there's a discrepancy. We acknowledge we did not take pictures of everything, but does that mean that the discrepancy is, and therefore these missing, percentage, whatever that would be, 5%, is some magical other place? It was sitting there in the store, and we didn't get pictures of it.
If I messed up,
explanation.
If I messed up on my record keeping, I will take accountability for that.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible. If my staff didn't draw attention that consignments had left out, so I'd move them to the thing. Any of that, I will take accountability to that. I am more than willing to do that. I need BAM to show me those tickets.
As they promised to do.
I will sit down with Brian and talk this over and figure out what we missed and where it was missed and how it was missed and make that.
Because she's being open and transparent. She's trying to make this right. If she made any boo-boos, right? If she made any wrong moves, she's trying to make this right. I love the fact that she's trying to make this right. It's super honorable. But then you have Bricks and Minifigs going, no, and they're just lying through their teeth about everything. But these people, even if she is incompetent, at least she's trying to make it right. That's and it's I'm starting to wonder, maybe she isn't incompetent. Maybe she just seems like it. Lots of people seem incompetent, but they're totally competent. That does happen. But I don't know. I just think the whole Bricks and Minifigs thing is just so insane. It's just so wild to me, man. Yeah. Yeah, this is truly wild, man. I just don't know what to say.
Got right with it.
I mean, that's new information no one's ever found out, so that's like awesome. They're gonna lose hundreds of millions of dollars because of their own wrongdoing. They're literally gonna destroy their entire company because they're this stubborn over maybe $20,000 worth of Lego.
Sure, I'll be keeping you in the loop with what
Nice. I'm excited. This was good work. My other final thoughts is, dude, you solved it, dude. That's awesome.
Gormans are suing Bricks and Minifigs. The lawsuit claims Brian's collection had an original aggregate value of around $250,000. Wow. But yeah, we got to give a shout out to CoffeeZilla, man. That was an investigation well done. Holy smokes, dude. He figured it out, man. Figured it out. Will oil prices drop?
New developments
That
from
is
the war in
question.
Iran. The White House once again saying that a deal is close, adding that it could be signed over the weekend.
But there's no confirmation yet from leaders in Iran. Caroline Elliott has the latest.
President Trump says a signing ceremony for a peace deal with Iran could take place as early as this weekend, and the vice president is expected to represent the U.S.
We should get done over the next few days. We'll probably have a signing maybe in Europe.
From the Oval Office Thursday, President Trump announcing planned strikes against Iran have been called off and a peace deal could be signed in the next few days.
They've taken a pounding like very few people could take, and they want to make the deal a lot more than
It's a hard pounding. It's a hard pounding.
I do.
As a result, stocks surged and oil prices started falling.
Oil will start coming down to, I think, even lower than it was before.
Oh, yeah. I think oil is going to go down very far. And here's the thing. The question is, if this Iran peace deal is successful, which, by God, I hope it is. I really hope it is. And we'll see what happens. We'll just see what happens.
And when oil comes down, everything else comes down. And most importantly, we have a deal that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon.
This after the president had announced earlier in the day the U.S. would launch so-called very hard new strikes on Iran within hours and seize Karg Island, Iran's oil infrastructure. As for the Strait of Hormuz, the president said it is open and has been for some time, but nobody has known. Still, experts say it could take a while longer for the markets to catch up.
But that's because they've been sneaking ships out through the blockade and everything. They've been sneaking ships out at like night and stuff, so it's pretty impressive.
It will take some time before, obviously, we return to normal commerce, but it is a positive step for the global oil market.
That's a great deal for
Step in the right direction, man.
the United States and for the Middle East, and I think ultimately great for Iran.
And President Trump, when asked if Iran's supreme leader has approved a peace deal, said, quote, "I understand the answer is yes." Still, Iran has yet to confirm such an agreement. And New York, Caroline.
I'm still not hopeful about these damn agreements, man. I'm just not hopeful about it, man. I'm just not feeling it. Just not feeling it. Whoa, links. All right, this will probably, we're going to react to one video for the night, and we'll call it a night.
Joining me now, former Pentagon official and Navy veteran Brent Sadler. Brent, thanks for being with us here today to make sense of what we're seeing unfold almost in real time. This process to peace, where it sounds like we may have a deal as soon as this weekend, and it's...
I don't know. I'm still skeptical about the deal, but I'm curious.
The lead up, bombings overnight, seeming obstinance from Iran. Does it add up? Does it make sense? Is that how you would expect it to play out?
Absolutely. I mean, the intent of these strikes that I think were overdue were to compel the regime in Tehran to do exactly what we're seeing right now. And I think it's an indication of how fragile this regime's hold on power actually is. But that military hammer, those strikes that were put on pause or held off tonight, they need to be ready to go at a moment's notice, because the Iranians are known for duplicity. And if they start balking and add more requirements or can't make the airplane on time to the signing location, I think then the military hammer has to swing again to compel them to get serious. But it's not done until it's done. And it's good to hear
the dude's right on that one, man. It's not done until it's done. But we'll see.
The president be very explicit. The blockade remains until results are delivered. In this case, the ink is on the paper.
Yep. The deal needs to be signed straight up.
Situation, as you describe it, is the way that I think many in the audience have felt throughout this process. It seems like a fish that...
Mandy says, okay, I am out, lovers and sinners by damage. It was good to see you again. Hey, Mandy, thank you so much. We appreciate you on this channel. Damage says Trump doesn't get the credit. Mandy, he did create the men. It was man that created greed for the most part. I love what, I'm honestly going to say this. And then Annie says, Iran just can't be trusted. That's true. Yeah. I just don't know what else one can do.
Just doesn't quite bite on the hook in terms of getting a deal done in the way that we've seen behavior from the Iranians. So how does that make you feel about what we've heard could happen this weekend? Do you feel confident that they would show up in Europe? Do you feel confident there would be a deal with Iran?
I think there's a better likelihood than not that, given where we are now economically with the Iranians, militarily, the reminder through these strikes that we saw and the fact they were about to ratchet it up even more, I give it better odds that we're going to see, forward movement, the deal signed. But I'm always very cautious, because who we're dealing with here are very duplicitous. The IRGC is always lurking in the background, probably looking for an opportunity to overturn this and to stymie the best effort.
Well, that's the problem, is if the IRGC is involved, I think we just need to take out the IRGC. I don't know. Allegedly. Or wait, is the hold on, the IRGC? Yeah, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Yeah. So the IRGC, yeah, we need to take out the IRGC ASAP. Take out IRGC ASAP. That's what it sounds like, allegedly.
And what if they do? What if they back out? What if they continue belligerence over the next several days? Then what? Drop the hammer?
Yes, absolutely. And I think a resumption of the strikes that were planned tonight, probably a little extra added on top to go after the IRGC leadership specifically, while attacking very aggressively any remaining military capacity along the Straits of Hormuz. There's been some talk of incursions into or occupying Karg Island. I'm sure that's not the only one, but it needs to be very targeted. And I think the taking of territory, say some of the islands that the Iranians took in 1971 from UAE, could also be on the table. And I think that got their attention in Tehran.
And in the converse, Brent, if it goes well, if we do in fact have a deal on paper by the end of the weekend, what do you think next week looks like? A free flow of commerce through the Strait of Hormuz, markets correcting themselves, trust that the Iranians live up to a deal?
No,
I think the first thing you'll see is a very rapid response in the gas prices and also shipping starting. It's going to take several days.
I do think, here's the thing, I think oil prices are going to drop even further tomorrow. I do believe that. I don't know how far they're going to drop tomorrow, but oil prices I do believe are going to fall. We shall see where they land.
Before the ships that have been sitting at anchor for many weeks actually can get underway. But you're going to see a pretty rapid response in the energy markets and prices as confidence comes back that they can transit safely through the Straits of Hormuz. The next thing, of course, is allowing in the United States forces to go in and get the enriched uranium, or allow the Iranians to dig down to it and then show up and then take possession of it. That's going to be a huge milestone and needs to be watched very closely as well.
All right, Brent Sadler, thanks for joining us here today.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Well, my brony bros, my pink brony bros. Damage Incorporated says, hey, Garza, I appreciated your boys' night out the other day. Hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. It was a pretty fun stream. It was great having Christian on. It was great having Antoine on. Ty Lord and even Ray was here. That was pretty dope. Amazing. It was an amazing time, and honestly, it was way too cool. It was a great time, in my opinion. Much appreciated, though, man. Much appreciated. All right, you guys. Well, I'll tell you what. I am a little bit tired at the moment. Just a wee bit tired. So I am going to call it quits for the night. When I get some sleep. I definitely got to get some sleep, man. I'm burnt out. I don't know what it is. I'm just a little bit burnt out. I've been cleaning the house quite a bit today, kind of getting rid of a few things, doing things here and there, and yeah, been a pretty fun day, pretty productive day, but just a little bit tired. I even organized all my books. I just decided to organize everything I needed to organize, but Damage Incorporated, thank you so much, Brony. Hey, so I decided, just to let you guys know, just as a heads up, I'm probably going to put the morning show on hiatus for a bit. And what I mean by that is I'm just not going to do a morning show probably for some time. I think all we're really going to do at this point is I think we're just going to do a show probably from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. is what I'm thinking. So instead of doing two separate shows in a day, I'm just going to do one really long show throughout the day. And it's at the later part of the day. So we may be having more of an evening show. And the reason I'm going to do that is because I think I've been spending a little too much time live streaming. And I think it's kind of affecting me negatively mentally. So I figure I want to have one part of my day dedicated to other things, whether it's, organizing the place, making sure everything's in good working order here at the casa. And then while I'm doing that, I could swing trade and make money that way. So I do make money swing trading, thank goodness. But yeah, no, I make money through the show, obviously, and that is one of my forms of income, where also I swing trade silver as well. But Noller says this guy carries a picture of Trump in his wallet. That's funny. I should, though. I actually should. But yeah, no. But yeah, Annie, I appreciate it. You just have a good night. And before, like I said, I want to explain myself to everybody a little bit before you all head out. So you might not see a morning show for a while. I don't know how long of a while, but I think, like I said, we're going to be doing a show more so around the evening times. Damage Incorporated says that'll happen. This internet has a way to drain you a lot of bad energy. A little bit, yeah. And plus, another thing is it's summertime, so I do a lot of walking. And I think, getting up early in the morning and doing my walks is going to be good for my mental health. It makes me feel like I'm kind of in the zone a little bit. So, yeah, I think just not doing a show in the morning is going to be good for me. I do plan on doing pre-recorded content as well. Annie says, Damage says, I'll find you either way. Love you, Damage. Annie says, sounds great, buddy. It's all good. Love the night streams. Thank you, Annie. I really appreciate it. I really enjoy doing this show for you guys. I really, really do. So even though I'm not going to be doing a morning show anymore, I'm doing the evening show, obviously. I do intend on making long form content that's like 10 to 15 minute, like long videos every day. So that way I could still, like I might get up in the morning. I might just do like an interesting long form video, upload it to YouTube, create some short videos out of it, and then upload those short videos. So that way I'm at least, still making some passive income from the YouTube videos and the YouTube shorts and stuff like that. But yeah, I love doing the live streams though. I really do. Like the live streams are so enjoyable to me. So that's why I decided, I was like, well, if I do a 6-hour live stream towards the end of the day, I think that makes up for just about anything, and I think 6 hours is healthy. I've been wanting to work part-time, and I figure this is more part-time anyway. So, yeah, so it just gives me a lot of, it gives me a lot more free time, and I think that'll be good. It'll allow me to figure out the things I need to figure out on the side. But hey, same to you guys, by the way. Damage Incorporated, I want to say this to everybody listening. Make sure that you're focusing on your own health as well. Sometimes we can find a way to burn ourselves out. And I know doing this live streaming stuff, man, it definitely feels like I definitely feel a little bit of an energy drain, because it's been something I've been doing a lot during the day. And I just figure if I just, spend a lot of time outside, or spend a lot of time, getting my casa right, getting my castle right, that should be the main focus at this point. And I think doing 6 to 7 hour live streams would actually be really fun. I think that's kind of the way the show's going to start going. Like I said, I'm still going to do pre-recorded videos and things of that nature. So don't expect those to go away. I mean, I might even just do short videos where I just read the news or something like that, or just read what the latest headline is. That sort of thing. So, I was thinking about doing a short videos that like do a top 10, like those top 10 videos. Oh, that would be interesting. A top 10 short videos, like where like I'm doing a short video and like, how like Watch Mojo has like a top 10 NBA players or top 10 scary movies of all time, blah, blah, blah. I could do short videos that revolve around those kind of things, which honestly would be kind of fun, if we're going to be honest. Yeah, I'm going to have to do that. That would be incredible, especially if I'm able to pump it all in to like one specific short video. Hell yeah. But hey, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Damage Incorporated. Thank you, Annie. Thank you, TJ, for coming on earlier. Thank you, my boy Ty Lord as well. Frog Eat Frog, love you, Brony. Tim Smith, thank you so much for encouraging me to watch the CoffeeZilla. Appreciate that. US says, did you hear? Annie said Annie said that's a good idea. Top 10 would be cool. Yeah, that'd be pretty fun, man. Let's see. US says, did you hear what that low IQ bird brain Jasmine Crockett? Oh man, let's see. Yeah, dude, she is. I mean, the evidence is so clear. It was an open shut case completely, and it's crazy, man. It's wild to me, man. It's wild to me. I don't get it. I just don't get it. But I do want to thank you guys for taking the time to watch the stream. I'll catch y'all later, all right?